only facilitating myself with better lighting to help the camera, it's also getting a better camera. So I really wanted to get my S23 Ultra. So like 3 months ago, two months ago, I went to the AT&T store, and I was like, hey, I want to upgrade. And they were like, no, bitch, because you're not an authorized user on the account, because my California parents, they take care of all that stuff. And so I was like, okay, well, how do I do that? You gotta go on the website and do it. So I tried going on the website. Bitch, it wouldn't work because there was like errors that day. And then I tried again like a week later when it started working again, and they were like, ooh, sorry, they have to do it in person because it's just not gonna work online. And I'm like, okay, so I wait for my mom to finish church, because she lives in West Coast. And I'm like, hey mom, this is what's going on or whatever. And she's like in her 60s, right? Um, like she's getting older, so dealing with technology and all that stuff is just not like it for her. Uh, but she tried, and she went to the store, and she was telling him what was up, and I was authorized user, and I was like, okay, cool. So I go to the AT&T store today, and I'm like, hey, I went through all this stuff, and I want to I became an authorized user on my account, so hopefully I can get that new phone, right? And the guy was so nice. His name was Aaron. He had this beautiful, he had these beautiful locks. He was so nice. He was so kind. Uh, he's just so brown. He was nice. I really enjoyed him. He was great. Um, so then I talked to him about it, and he's like, "Okay, let's get you started." And they're like, "Okay, so what kind of phone you want?" I'm like, "Okay, I want the S23 Ultra." "Okay, what color?" "I want green or black. I don't really care." And I go through all the motions, and I'm like so excited. Now, here's my thing: I don't really like being excited because I feel that whenever I'm excited for things, I end up getting disappointed more often. So I try to be neutral to slightly optimistic or slightly pessimistic, and don't temper my expectations too high, because I just hate that feeling of like, oh man, I was so excited for a thing and then it never happens. That has happened so many fucking times. It's really annoying. So, all right, I'm like getting excited now because I'm like, oh yes, I'm finally here. Like, oh man, like it's so nice that I'm finally gonna get this new phone that I've been trying to get for the past like fucking year. And I go, and we get to the last process on his stupid little like tablet thing. Uh and it's like, "Ooh, sorry, there was an error code. Sorry, it's not gonna work." And I'm like, "Do you have any idea why?" And he was like, "Oh, it's probably because, you know, uh your parents live out in the West Coast and you live here, so it's like a security issue or some shit." So turns out I just fucking can't get it. And I was just a little upset because it's like I just want a new phone. I just wanted a new phone. That's all I wanted. What is this? What is this pen? Is this anything? Anyway, I just wanted a new phone, and I just couldn't get it. It was just so sad, and so I didn't get my new phone today. Hopefully, I'll get it later on this week. When I do get the new phone, I really, really hope that I can start recording hair videos again and just do more like vloggy type stuff. Um, just more vloggy type stuff. I think that'll be fun. I think that'll make me a little happier. Give you guys more content too. Oh no, not an iPhone. Ew. No, where was I gonna go? Oh, I was gonna go to my yellow. Cause I haven't exactly decided what I wanted to do today. Go to that shrine. I think I wanted to do underground things today. I had an X marks the spot underground that I wanted to go get. So I need to go get that. And I need to ask you guys how your weekend was. Hi, everybody. It's good to see you. Hopefully your weekend was more successful than mine was. Not to be a capitalist, but buy an iPhone. I'm not going to do that. I'm definitely not going to do that. I'm definitely not going to do that. My weekend wasn't full of emotions and anxiety. Wonderful. I went to America since... Oh, I went to Great America since that's getting turned into a parking lot soon. Oh! Running out of money? Ooh! 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 Ooh, COVID. Ooh. Goddess spring statues are... I don't even know what those are. Goddess statue shrines? I don't even know what those are. No, I haven't seen them yet. I started an internship. Yes. Paid?
Nice to meet you. I'm Natasha.
I'm turning that off.
Underworld doctor. Feeling sick?
I'm turning that shit off. Give me a second.
Archu.
Thank you so much to Super Tales for the fucking 6 months. I appreciate it. It's bought by a land developer. Oop. Why did you make it into an alert? I don't know. I just saw it trending. I saw it trending on Twitter, and I was just like, this is a mood. Stream. Oh, hold on. Nice to meet you. I'm Natasha, an underworld doctor. Feeling sick? Is she even good? Is she even good? Please tell me she's good. Payment will be sent by July 4th.
Nice to meet you. I'm Natasha.
Stop!
Underworld doctor. Feeling sick?
10 hours on the tutorial. Is your BF okay?
Nice to meet you. I'm Natasha.
Oh my
Underworld
god,
doctor.
stop!
Feeling sick?
I haven.
Thank you so much to... Thank you so much to Ven for the 53. And thank you so much to Storm for the 17. I appreciate it. Both of you.
Nice to meet you. I'm Natasha.
Cardinal!
An underworld doctor.
Stop!
Feeling sick?
Cardinal Hoshi gifted a tier 1 sub to Puffy Purins.
Stop! I'm not ready. Stop! Hold on. I'm gonna get ready. I'm gonna get ready. But thank you. I appreciate the gifted sub. Thank you. Thank you. Let's see. Follower alert is fine. Let's see. What is this?
Nice to meet you. I'm Natasha. An underworld doctor. Feeling sick?
An example of the statue thing is near Lanaru Mountain Tower.
Thank you, Scott, for the year! Yay! Hold on, wait, hold on. Thank you so much for the...
It's no use!
Okay, thank you so much for the... for the year. Thank you. Okay, hold on. Okay, now what is this? Is it ready? Did I fix it?
Nice to meet you. I'm Natasha. An underworld doctor. Feeling sick?
Feeling sick?
Born too late to explore the Earth. Born too early to explore the universe. Born perfectly to explore dank memes.
Just give me a moment. Let's see.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. There's that. Okay, cool. Chloe, thank you. Okay.
I think you're really cool.
Okay.
Howdy, my name is Bill.
Okay. You are a star. Okay, cool. Right. What about Prime?
I like your attitude.
Howdy,
Okay.
my name is Bill.
Hello. Hello to DX. Good to see you. Okay. Welcome. I'm just fixing things. Just give me a second. Let's see. Gifted sub.
It's not luck, it's fate.
Okay. Alright. And then there's ETAs.
The tea here is lovely.
Born too late to explore the Earth. Born too early to
There
explore
we go.
the universe.
I think-
Born perfectly to explore dank memes.
I think I fixed them. I think I'm fixing. I think I fixed them. No more Natasha. She's done. she's benched. She's over with. No more. Right? Yeah, I think we're done. Okay. Let me test.
Let's head into the volcano.
Mhm.
Do not fear a man that spams 1,000 memes. Instead,
I'm so
fear a
happy
man that
she's
spams
gone.
a meme 1,000 times.
I'm so happy she's gone. What about this one?
Ooh, how gallant.
Okay.
My name is Bill.
We're good. Can we get the Shulk scream added? Do I even have it? Let me check my compendium. Let's see. Let's see.
Yeah.
Thank you.
No.
I can feel the power.
No.
Wow. Ooh! Ooh!
Mm-mm.
Yay!
Ah!
No, I'm not adding that. No. No. Oh my god, somebody subbed.
Ah!
Yes, thank you. Oh, it's so sweet. Okay, where am I going? Oh, okay, hold on. Woo. I love the I know. I'm gonna miss Xenoblade. I'm gonna miss Xenoblade. I don't know if I'm over it. Yeah, I don't know. I'm kind of sad about it, Loki, but it's fine. It's okay. That Shulk skin reminds me of Lowest Falling. That reminds me. Okay, so there's 2 Lowest Fallings. Okay, you guys know about like this one, right? Like you know about that one, right? But I have to isolate and find this other one because I kind of like it equally. Hold on. Stewie pushes Lois down the stairs. Let's see if we can find it. Here it is. Okay. I kind of like that one more. I don't know. I like them both. I don't know. Which one's better? Which one's better? That one or... I don't know. I kind of like them both. They're both kind of good. I don't know. I think I like that one. I gotta add it. All right, anyway. Can you do a Lois impression for us? Stewie, we can't both exist. I'm going to become half of you. And I need you to know that every moment you love being you. That's me. Because you're going to be something extraordinary. You're going to be a human being. Ooh. Okay. Now how do I get across? Oh fuck. God dang it. Why is he so... what did I say? What is the stream title? Can somebody read? Who here can read? Ace, I will question this. It's nothing, okay? Nice to meet you. I'm Natasha, an underworld doctor. Oh, feeling sick? Chat, explain. It's nothing! Okay, is there a chest somewhere over here? No, okay. Oop. I died? Wait, I died? Oh. No, thank you. Oh, no, how do I get this up here correctly? I mean, y'all know. I mean, y'all already know. It's funny because I haven't seen this on Twitter. Nobody really does this. I don't know why. Oh yeah, I'm not playing anymore. I'm just not playing gotchas. I'm sorry. Unless it was that what was that stupid game? Oh my god, it was like some Steam game where it was like a battle royale MOBA type thing going on. It was so stupid. What was it called? It was like there was like some girl in high heels and a gun. What was it? Oh my god, I forgot what it was called. It was so funny. That would be like my final. Maybe I'd play that. But other than that, no thank you. You could be free to play. How's about I play another game? What's you know? Look at all these balls. It's this one. You know, I didn't think I would struggle so much with putting balls in the... Oh, that's not even a hole. Ooh. Okay, so how do I open this then? What's going on here? I can't seem to move this. It does look like darts. Now what is this? This looks like something that I can ascend onto. Or I can push all these balls into the hole. How's about that? Perhaps that's the answer? You know the best part about this game are these puzzles, by the way? These puzzles are so well done. I'm very impressed. Was it, what's the... Nice. I'm not playing Cookie Run Kingdom. Why they got Pocahontas Cookie? Are you fucking serious? What? Pocahontas Cookie. Ugh. 'Cause it's fierce. Huh? They got daddy cookies. Huh? What? Bearded daddy cookies. What? What? Y'all got artists drawing art of cookies. Like, what's going on? Like, really? I just think we can do better. I just think that we have potential to do better. That's just me, though. I don't know. Ace, you're a furry, but cookies where you draw the line? I don't know what you're talking about. I don't identify as whatever that is. I don't know what that is. But yes. Food? What? Stale ants, just nasty. Like, what is that? And have I done this yet? Yes, I have. Okay. I'm looking for one more shrine. Where is one more shrine? Why don't we just run around until we find one? What do you think that meant? What? Did you do the Great Plateau quest? No, I actually haven't played at all because I let my my boyfriend play this weekend. You want to know what he does? I get it. I'm not the fun police. People can play at whatever pace they want to, okay? Some people are fast. Some people are slow. They take their time. Some people look around for everything, and it's fine. I like to play the game at Mach speed, and sometimes I like running across the field, unreasonably fast, right? Sometimes I just like to do this, and that's just me, you know. But I don't think that I was expecting my boyfriend, my partner, my future betrothed. I didn't expect him to do what I saw on that floating island. I cannot believe that he literally skipped all of the ice section and just floated up to the top. I don't know why he just wouldn't fucking go across the railing to get to the next shrine when you get Ultra Hand. He wants to get every board on the fucking island, put it together, and just carry around a giant board. And I'm not even kidding, it took us 3 to 4 hours, going from Ultra Hand Shrine to Fuse Shrine. Oh my god. And you know, I again, it's so fun, it's cute, but internally I am screaming because I'm like, I'm trying to like hold back that like you get a lot more things. Not to ruin all the fun, but you get a lot more things in the future if you just proceed a little further. Woo! But it's okay. It's okay. We eventually got to the Great Plateau. I just my patience. Woo! No, it's the Minecraft on him. It's that fucking Minecraft. It's that Minecraft. It's just these Minecraft players and their just innate desire to just fucking just. What is so interesting about rock? That's just a boulder. It's not a boulder. It's a rock. A rock. Finding every rock on the stupid floating island and putting it together. Like, what? Woo! Like, what could possibly be so interesting about rocks? There are shrines on the plateau. That's probably a good idea. You want a 5-year-old that wanted to build giant cars / robots? When it's the tutorial. It's the tutorial. And when I say that, what I mean is, let's get through the tutorial first so that we have all the options. And then we could do whatever we want. That's what I'm saying. He can do whatever. I just needed him to get off that floating rock so that he had all the options. Does that make sense? Like, am I crazy? Is that bad? Where I'm just like, okay, this is great and everything, and I'm glad you're having fun, but like, you get more you get Ascend, you can fuse, and when he finally got those things, he was like, oh wow, these are so cool. Why didn't you tell me about these things? And it's just like, I told you to go so you could get the thing. Woo! Woo! Oh my god. He really likes Ascend. Ascend was fun. Ascend was fun. It just took 8 hours to get there. Woo. Fire and ice. You take the moon, and you take the sun. You take everything that seems like fun. You start all up and then you're done. Okay, what am I supposed to do? Make it small enough to fit here? Boop. Now, what do I do here? Okay. This gives me cry 3 times. When do I? Oh my. Well, I didn't ever really need this, but let's think about it. Because what's going on here? I need to stop this from happening? Damn, bitch. Okay, wonderful. But I don't even know why I did this. Like, what's the point? Perhaps I need to go down there with it? Oh, sorry, sweetie. Let me take this off. Have you seen a better duplication method? No, I haven't. I think because so many people are having fun with duplication things, it makes me think that maybe getting resources might be a little hard in this game. Maybe, who knows? Okay, so what do you want me to do with this ice? I got a big ol' ice cube. How do I open this door? It looks like I have to weigh this down somehow. And the best way I know how to do that let's go, bitch. Ow. Okay, I guess it's not slippery enough. Okay. Then how about I do this instead? First, I grab this. And then I put this on top of it. Like this. And that'll prevent the fire from melting it, yeah? Well, I expected gravity to do its thing there, but I guess it wasn't slippery enough. What are you, what? What? Whoa, what? Can we chill? Oh my god, it is not that serious. What's going on? Me telling the guys keep the chill, yes, I know, but still. What's going on? We okay? Oh, because I was melting it accidentally, that's why. Perfect. Good enough. Perfect. Alright, that makes sense. Alright, so what is that? That's 12 light blessings? Oh, I've kind of been going off on the shrines. I just don't feel as motivated to get HP as much as I do stamina. I should go get it though. And guess what I found? Endura carrots! Isn't that great? I'm so happy about that because I've been using tireless frogs. Yeah, I've been using tireless frogs to get the stamina full with stamina recovery. But now that I found Endura shrooms, which you could find right, they're actually kind of difficult to find. They are right here on Satori Mountain. If you go to the top, there's just this cherry tree right here. It's like a cherry blossom tree or whatever. It's like pink. At the base of this tree, you should find Endura carrots, which are very much so worth it because they fill your stamina wheel by 2 wheels. They overcap your stamina by 2 wheels. So I'm like, yes, that's what I want. Okay, so let me go to a goddess statue. And what do y'all want to do today? Do you want to get an armor set? What I want to do is see if the dragons are out, actually. Oh, I'm gonna ask you this question. You know how you see how I'm like tracking a monster or something? Please don't tell me this game is stupid. Do I have to be in proximity of the giant stupid dragon for it to go up on the sensor, or can I see it on the map? Please do not tell me that I have. I'm gonna fall asleep. I really. Okay, never mind then. Dragons usually follow a set path. I guess that's a good point. Yeah. Yeah, I guess that's a good point. Let me check to see which talent I don't have. You need to find some dragon armor, because holy fuck, they're sick. Wait, there's dragon armor? Oh, that's cool. Just wait. Waiting. You know, when I think of ADHD and Ace, I can definitely think that he excels at waiting. Nidra. Okay, I've already done Nidra. Ferosh is electric. I haven't done fire yet. And where is fire? Fire should be somewhere in this area. But it's never around. It's never around. Okay. You made fan art. Let me see. ADHD is me leaving sight on Reed at the water temple because Bolston wanted me to rebuild Lorraine. You know what I learned? I didn't know Zelda had recurring like names and recurring characters and recurring species and stuff. Like I didn't know that the little green monster things in A Link to the Past were Zora. I'm like, what the hell happened? I'm looking for a giant flame dragon. Anywhere? No? I figured. I need to get a claw for each dragon? Okay. Well, that's interesting because I need to get two, at least two from each one. Can you duplicate one item? I've never actually done a duplication glitch. Can you duplicate one item? Because, I mean, I'm not sure if you guys have noticed, but I duplicate items by 5. But I don't know if I can only do it if I have 2 or more. So, yeah, I'll need help learning how to do that. Oh, that's just wonderful art. Oh my gosh. Thank you so much for making that. Oh my god, that is absolutely wonderful. Oh, but there's a shrine right there too. Fuck. Which one do I pick? Oh, was that one done already? Oh yeah, it is. Okay. There, okay. I can teach you right now. Okay, teach me when I get Fire Dragon Talon, because that's all I need. Light roots are usually directly under shrines. Oh, that's wonderful. That is such good information. Thank you. Thank you for telling me that. Oh my god. Try a call up for the Fire Dragon. Okay, thank you. Okay, it's taking too long. Oh, it's 8 p.m. It's 8 p.m. It's 8 p.m. It's 8 p.m., y'all. You know what time it is. Ooh. Oh my god. Okay, thank you. Are those silver bokoblins? Oh my god. Hi, Sweetie. Is it just you? Oh, there's 2 of them. Oh my god. I am looking for you. And in the meantime, there's one up there. No, I got rid of it. Yep. They are so strong, it's fucking crazy. You don't take gloom damage when you shield surf, as long as you are not touching the gloom when you start this. Okay, well that's easy. Yeah, Actually, I didn't really care about gloom that much personally, because I don't know. I just never found it really that threatening. You know, it was threatening when I had really low HP, like right now. It was threatening when I had really low HP, but I don't know. I guess over time it was just like tread carefully. I guess it became less and less scary. Plus, I have gloom resistance as well. Ugh, I don't want this. Attack up? I'm good. Actually, no, that's actually a really good base weapon. Wait, I should get rid of this. Attack up 9, that's fine. Critical hit, I don't know if I need that. I really don't need this anymore. Probably should get rid of it. Boop. Do you want the fast and easy method, or do you want the better and hard method? Which do you recommend? Where's that bitch ass moon at? Hello, moon. Moon. Can I get an M-O-O-N? Like, what's going on? Moon. Where's the moon? Oh, is it a new moon? Okay, that could be it. There is literally no moon. Okay, yeah, it's fine. As long as it's not a blood moon. Oh, I should heal. Oh my god. Oop. Oh. Oh. Can I? Yeah, thank you. Sorry. Someone mentioned this, and I can't unhear Rauru and Sonya as grown Bowie, and you know, isn't it great that Bowie and May are Sonya and Rauru? It's super duper cool. Also, I didn't know that in other Zelda universes, Rauru was just some old guy. It was just some old guy. And now he's a alien goat thing? Have I done anything about energy wells yet? No, but I learned what they do. Dragon above me? You're fucking lying. Get me the fuck out of here. And everybody Dimitri was Bowie this whole time. I know, right? Like, look, it's range. It's so funny. Dimitri, Rhea, May, Bowie, and... Oh my god, you're so right. That's literally the dragon I needed. Okay, now how do I get up to the sky? Let's see. What's a creative way to getting up there? I know, bitch. What could possibly be aggroing me right now? Hello? Where is it? Okay, I'm gonna have to pull the big guns. Hold on. Wait, hold on. I know exactly what to do. Now that I have this. Ugh. I don't have enough room. Wait, what's this? Rise, bitch, rise! There's a shrine nearby above. Oh, thanks. It's tracked the dragon for me. Thank you. tofu. Alright, here we go. I find it so funny that Claude's first role was an irrelevant optional recruit character for genealogy. And then boom. I mean, good. Honestly, did you see Claude's McDonald's commercial? It was really, really good. Maybe I was too hasty. You better push me, bitch. If it's hot, it's hot. You're just gonna have to deal with it. I'm so sorry. Okay, wonderful. Woo! Okay, now how do I dupe? Let's figure it out together. Ugh. Finally. Nice lookout, DX. Oh my god. I'm glad that you saw the dragon and my upgraded Purapad that can track things didn't find it for me because it was out of range. Okay. Paraglide off of a ledge or begin a shield surf. Then hold 1 to 5 of the item. Press B plus Y to exit the menu. Repeat up to 4 times until you hit the ground and collect the materials. Begin a shield surf. Okay. Then hold 1 to 5 of the item. Press B plus Y to exit the menu. Did I do it? Ah, shit. I mean, to be honest, all I need is 2. Hold on. That is quite easy. Oh my god, wait. I wonder how this works. That's such a fascinating little method. That's such a fascinating little method. More airtime on your G. Oh, okay. Does it matter which item, or can I just do any item? Oh, wow. How wonderful. Okay. Wait, where'd the last one go? Oh. What a little cute method. Oh my god. I recommend staying on this flat material. That's a great idea. What is going on? What is so stupid? What is going on? What? That is so crazy. Oh my god, what a cute little method. I love that. You just saved me so much time. Do it on snow or sand so you don't lose shield durability. Are you guys crazy? Are you crazy? Hang on. Let's see if I can hit. Give me an object this time. Like we're good. We're good. Like we're good. We're good. Don't worry about it. We're good. We're good. You should grab the bow from on top of the castle. Oh, okay. Not a terrible idea. That is a good thing to do now. But before we do that, I want to upgrade my armor finally. What the hell is that? Bitch! What? What's up? Hey, come here. What you doing? Hello? Wait, why are you... Why am I getting juked? Also, does anyone know where the light dragon is? Because I feel like I'm gonna need a light dragon talon as well for this last upgrade. But we'll see. He's beat me in my own game. Yeah, which is crazy. Like, how does that even happen? Okay, let me go upgrade. Okay, let me go get the bow at the top of the castle after I upgrade my materials, and then we'll go get that bow, and then... So what are we doing? Are we doing Gerudo? Like what's going on? You want to do underground? Because I'm fine with either. I'm fine with... Yeah, let's just do Goron last, because I don't really care. Chill at Valor Island in the southeast, or beginning of Sky Island if the dragon arrives. Okay. Wait, who's that? That's Ice Bitch, right? Yeah. And who's that? Hold on, wait, hold on. I'm glad I looked. I'm glad I looked. Okay. Are we out of spoiler territory? Is anyone here still like anxious about spoilers? Have we all gotten the Master Sword already? Like, are we good? Can we just... Are we good? Where is that bitch? Okay, now let's see. I think that's Ice Dragon over here. So then where is the other dragon I just literally saw? That's why I should have marked it. Dang it. I beat the game. Oh, good. Okay, good. All memories yet? Can we talk about the memories? Not me? Okay. Where is where did she go? This cannot be happening. What? We haven't done all the memories, but I basically know what happens. Okay, good. So what is Ganon's deal? Is he okay? Like, what's the problem? I refuse to believe that he's just like that for no reason. What's going on? Yeah, what's going on with that? Is he good? He's just evil. That's it? No reason, just evil? Okay, seriously, where the fuck is that dragon? Like, I literally just saw it. Like, what? Huh? Is that it? No, that is... No, that's I. No, is that her? Is that it? Yeah, that's it. Okay. Did you ever play Skyward Sword? No. The only thing about Skyward Sword is that there's that screenshot of Zelda going like this to someone. But I don't know anything about the game. Why? What's going on? Oh, yeah, I can't wait to talk about Zelda things with you guys because, yeah, I have questions. Oh my gosh. Yeah, I do have questions. You guys probably have the answers to them. You need to play more 3D Zelda? Do I? Can I just ask you what happens? It's a curse? Hmm? Ganon is always evil incarnate, basically. Did he do something wrong? Did he do some sort of like... Did he do some sort of like mistake and he's paying for it? Or was it just like a... That's just the Triforce or what? Like, what's going on? Why? Is that what the plot god said? Like, what would happen? Evil God cursed Link and Zelda in Skyward Sword. Gorilla has no choice or will but to be evil. But isn't that like subjective? Isn't that just subjective? Like there has to be more to it than that, right? Right? Because evil isn't just evil. I mean, extreme examples, right? But there are a lot of people out there that had like followers. So, like, what does evil mean? Like, just the antithesis to what Zelda and Link are doing? Like, just no peace? Demise, aka the first Ganon, basically cursed Link and Zelda to have this good versus evil for all time? It's an endless reincarnation cycle that was cursed by a demon after his defeat in Skyward Sword. Was Skyward Sword supposed to be the first Zelda and the first Link and the first Ganon? Is that where it happened? I thought Demise was that ugly bitch from Four Swords. The eyeball thingy. Oh wait, no, that's someone else. Just kidding. Okay. Oh my god, please. Just, the answer is to pause and... You cannot be serious. Hey girl, I'm gonna eat one of these. Thank you. Nice. Y'all want to see me fight that bitch? I did it once already. I can do it again. Since we're here. Yeah, I need a picture of this whirlpool, but I don't know where to get it. Maybe from over here? Sure. There's a Korok seed that wants me to get a picture of it. And then I think he gives me something in the Lost Forest. I guess I just gotta get the picture first. See, let me do that. Okay. Well, then Skyward Sword seems like a really important game. Specifically for the lore. I don't know what the gameplay is like, but it sounds like it was a really, really important game. If it establishes the first Link and the first Zelda. Like, hello? And they're never, like, siblings, right? It's always, like, a Link born in a family that's not royal, and then Zelda is from the royal family, and Ganon is just some dude who just keeps coming back over and over again. Which would mean... Wait a minute. So then... Skyward Sword is technically the second Zelda and Link. So who's the first? The first ones are in a comic. Okay. Now, is Zelda's dad Rauru and Sonia? Or no? No. Wait, what? If Rauru was the first king of Hyrule, and Zelda is the princess of Hyrule, then the second Zelda would have been the child to Rauru and Sonia, no? I don't think Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom have anything to do with the normal timeline. Okay, so it just doesn't make any fucking sense. Okay, cool. Well, that's good. I actually won't fight this. I wanted to fight the electric one and the ice one. Thank you. Okay. Sonia is the real name of a previous Zelda. What? In a different lore? In an other lore? Wait. Is... Okay, you're gonna have to explain that one to me. Because, like, is Zelda a title? Like, is Zelda a moniker? Like, is the Demon King Ganon just, like, a moniker for that being? Or is Zelda an individual that represents the Triforce of Wisdom? Or is that just a person? Like, there are many different Zeldas. But does that essentially mean that a Zelda is a... What's the word? A Zelda is a Triforce of Wisdom inheritor? Zelda is kind of like Bayonetta. Okay, that makes sense. Same with a Link, right? A Link is a person who is the Triforce of Courage, yeah? Oh, let me do the glitch. All you need to know is that Zelda has 3 timelines. Oh my god. Okay. Oh, that's not too bad, right? Yeah, that's not bad at all. What? This glitch is so stupid? Huh? What? This glitch is so stupid. What is going on? What? This isn't real. Why didn't you tell me? What? Why didn't you tell me? This is so cool. Oh, gosh. Oh. Okay, where's that Lionel horn? Oh, here it is. Hold up, I need to pay attention to this shit. Yeah, it's kind of insane. Like, what is that? What? What? Okay. Anyway, okay. Also, I have one more question for you. It is. I've been getting some vibes on Twitter, right? So some article, I think it was Kotaku or something. They were like, Link is a gay icon, and just the Link fans and cargo shorts had just been going to fuck off. They have just been so outraged and pissed at the notion that Link is a gay icon. They've been going off, and I'm just like, is everyone okay? Is it that bad? It's not that bad, right? No. Right?
Ah. Mmm.
Everyone's been so upset, and I'm like, is it a problem? I mean, like, especially in this game when he's so, like, he's not explicitly masculine coded in this game. At least I think so. At least this design to me doesn't, it's like especially masculine. I don't know. So I mean, I thought it was like an innocent, harmless little moniker thingy, but like some people were just getting so mad, and I was just like, what's the problem? Death threats. It's like, what is going on? What is going on? What are death threats? Mwah. What is the shard of what? The shard of who? Okay, so what's going on here? Shard of Nidra's Fang? The what? The what? The tooth? The tooth? The tooth, dude? The tooth? Oh, shut up. Oh, just shut up. Oh, shut up. Oh, man, I gotta do everything. Oh. Time to give dental. Y'all know, remember Mario Sunshine, that boss fight? Okay, that actually was kind of a crazy boss fight where you had to brush that giant-ass eel's teeth. Somehow. And then the teeth fall out at the end. Ooh. Are you gonna try out Umbreon? That's the plan. Where, bitch? You have to get a fang for each. I have to stop playing Tears of the Kingdom. That's what I have to do. I gotta do everything. Oh, wait, do I get a step bonus now? Let me see. Charge, attack, stamina up. Whatever that does. Where is that? Wait, where is it? You needed 82 dragon parts to complete all total armors. So, like, so what's going on? Like, what do we think about that? Because IMO, to me, that just sounds egregious. I know it's optional, and I know it's supposed to be a grind, but like, are you really? Like, really? Are we for real with that? Like, what? There's just no way, right? What is that? Have I done that? People will do it. Korok seeds are fine to me because it's like... Oh wait, have I already done that memory? Yes, I have. Okay. Korok seeds are fine to me because it's like... If I needed to find a Korok seed, right? I could just go get it. But... Dragon nonsense, we have to like wait for them to respawn 2 billion times. That sounds a little dumb. But okay. But knowing me, like, I would do the grind anyway. Okay, so I'm not seeing it. Which is leading me to believe that the vibes indicate that it might be directly under us. In the underground already. Because I'm not seeing it. Yeah, it should be here, and it's not. Oh, this is good. I needed to go under here anyway. Okay. Oh, wait, is that it? Dude, how many seeds are in this game? 1,000? And how many shrines are in this game? Okay. Whoa. Wasn't there just literally what? Ace Thug the Third. Okay, there we go. There's like 146 bubble gems for art as well. I don't even know what those do, bro. I don't even know what those do. People keep on saying, you need these bubble gems for what? I don't even know. Armor sets? Oh, okay. Okay. Let me see if that blue thing that I've marked over here is my dragon buddy. If I was smart, then it is. Wait. Oh, don't hit me with this. Oh, just don't hit me with the lame-o, please. Like, it's not that serious. You down here, bitch? What's directly above the blue thing? That was a good question. There's no way I marked under here for no reason, right? This has to be a... Ooh, Vampire. Oh. Oh. You know, people were complaining that they try to pick up things and stupid, little bird boy here blows things away. Is that true? Is that what everyone goes through? That sounds horrible. Wait, is that it? Why did I mark this for no reason? I am so dumb. Oh. Actually, you know what? I'm not dumb. You know what? No, because I gave it a go and it didn't work out, but that's totally fine. Yeah, that's okay. That's okay. That's okay. That's okay. I thought you could mark the dragons directly and just kind of kept the... Is that true that you can stamp the dragons and it just stays on them perpetually and so you can always track them, or no? Hmm. Can I stamp objects or no? No. Okay. Is this correct? Did you get Link's house yet? Link has a house? No, I did not. Is it furnished? Is it good? Would you live in it? There's probably roaches and shit in it because he's never there. Why would Link need a house? Link is the most I don't need a house ass bitch. Not only is he constantly adventuring all the time, he's got like Zelda, right? What, is Zelda about to let him be homeless? No. He does not need a house. Because it's Zelda's house now. Yeah. You can fully customize it. Well, that's nice that I keep paper cutting myself on this Cheez-Its box, but they share a bed? Aww. That's cute. You think Link is a good roommate? She'd let him freeze out in the cold. No, she wouldn't. No, she wouldn't. It would be like 60 degrees outside, and Zelda would be like, "Oh, Link, please! Oh, Link, you're going to be cold, please! Oh, Link, please come inside! Quickly, please! Oh, I need to do research, and I can't concentrate unless you come inside. It's just so chilly. Oh!" Yeah, I remember Katara, or the person that played Katara. on Ember Island, that to me is Zelda. Okay, I need to go up. Like, where is this at? This X? Oh, is this a... Oh. Is there something down here? I thought you were the person that played Katara. No. I don't really associate with her. What? Okay, wait. We're getting somewhere. Is this the right way? Yes. I didn't get... Okay, cool. Oh, nice. Cool. I guess you're going to the Gorons. Am I? I just didn't... I didn't really plan on that. I just wanted to get wherever this X marks the spot is. How the hell are you supposed to get there? What is this? What? Scion. Or Sidon, please. Thank you, sweet pea. Can I go into it or no? Nope, that is not an entrance. Oh man, do I have to go around? Oh no. Well, how do you get over here? What? Oh no, I don't know how to get here. I guess from here? Here and then down and around? Oh god, ugly! Ah, how ugly! Wow, that's so ugly. Actually, no, it's not. No, it's not. Yeah, okay, cool. Just make a flying machine. I can't fly through solid, can I? Oh, to get there faster? Oh, it's fine. Ooh. Okay. It's a little fishy. I don't know. We're getting closer. What the hell is that? Quan? What's up? Oh, is that it? Oh my god. Well, see you later. I don't need that either. But thank you. And I do need that too. Thank you. So sweet. Okay. There's nothing this way except this. Okay, we're somewhere close. Okay. Okay. Alright, alright. This is the final frontier, I think. This is where the X marks the spot, I think. Yeah, okay, we're almost there. No, I shouldn't go up there. I should go down this way. No, because that just happened to me. No, because if I do that, then I'll just... No. Flying machine? Because I don't want to go up here if it... Oh, no. I don't want to go up here if there's just no ceiling. Okay. There's just a giant wall here. Like, well, like, where's the rest? Oh man. Let's see. Did you see my advice? Okay, mountains are usually low points, and canyons are usually the high points. Okay. So let's see what's going on here. Oh. Mm-hmm. Ugh. This is massive. Okay. Well, thank you for that. Oh my god, that was sweet. Having the overworld map when underground is way better. I think it's a really cool option. I'm glad you can do that. Okay, this doesn't seem accessible. It's this way then? Oh, that's Gloom? No, there's no way. Getting over this is like amazing. Like this is such an ordeal. I wonder what this is. It better be good. It better be the last set to this Hylian armor that I have. Secluded Coliseum. What armor? My Tunic of Time and all that. What is this supposed to be? Oh my. Nice. Okay. Is that supposed to be a silver? That is such a broken move. Like, are you serious? It's so broke. Oh boy. Whoa, you beat my ass. Oh my god. Oh. Have been in the Coliseum in the overworld yet? No, I didn't even know there was one. What is this supposed to be? Ravio's hood. Who? It's the best stealth item in the game. What does that mean? That looks like Bandit. Rabbit? What's that dude? Bandit? It's from Mario. Who's that dude? Nabbit. Nabbit. Okay. Alright. Allow me. Let's just go here. Why not? The Hyrule Bow. Yeah. Go to castle. Go to castle. Yeah. Go to the castle, and then I'll go to... I guess I'll go here. Yeah. I'll get this out of the way. Also, the Goddess Statue quest. Where do I go? Okay, Hyrule Castle. Let's go. Have you been under Lookout Landing? What, like the... Yes? Like the goddess statue? Speaking of which, I probably should go get my hearts. Recently? No, I haven't. Hello, Pura. Wait, where'd that rock go? Hello? Oh, here it is. A cave opened up down there. Oh. Oh, okay.
Yes. Check it.
Who is this? Oh. Oh, that's nice. They give you a little hint on where to go. That's cool. What is this? Hold on. First of all, could you take 12 of these, please? I've just completely forgotten. Not forgotten. I just... The hoarding. again, I guess at a certain point, right? If you're wearing upgraded armor, God, you just have so much defense. It's like, it's crazy. Like, you have so much EHP from increasing your defense. Because I wonder if at a certain point, are you even threatened if you have X amount of hearts, right? Because you have so much health. Can anything really threaten you at that point? Unless you majorly fuck up. In master mode, yes. Oh, okay, cool. Huh? Is there somebody in here? Well, not anymore. Come to me. There are still some who pay me homage. You can talk? You can hear my voice? Yes. Now that's a surprise. What are you praying for? Long life? Wealth? So many like your kind? Whatever it is, you come to the right place. Is this the place that converts your hearts into stamina, or vice versa? Oh, okay. I've been biding my time for the moment where someone can hear me appear, such as you. Beneficial arrangement. A deal with the statue? What? Essence or rupees? I see. Ow. Oh my god, these explosions. Why is Link running so fast? You know, I was gonna get on your case for tonight. Would you like a tip? A smidgen of a tip? Hello. That's it. Okay. Your Mithra is so good. Your Mithra is so good. Your Mithra is so good. You cannot. I think it's a good idea for you to not give somebody the opportunity to breathe by playing Pyra in neutral. Because here's the thing. You get a hit with Mithra, right? You get him off stage. You get him high in the air. You want to go to Pyra, right? That's the logical progression, right? And so you switch. But if that fails, I notice that you tend to linger on Pyra. And to me, it's not that your Pyra sucks or anything. But if I were a Kin player, or if I was somebody who was trying to like get my opportunity in on Aegis, especially somebody who likes to parry, like a character like Kin does, IMO, it's Mithra all the way. Like it's Mithra as much as you possibly can, and then Pyra only when you get him off stage. What the fuck am I supposed to do? Like, what is this? Is this nothing? There's nothing down here? There's nothing down here, bitch? A dead end. You're basically talking to every Aegis player. Yeah, right. There's another path? I see. And I guess I could go up. But where would this even teleport me to? Weird. Part of me was just tired. Okay, that makes sense, yeah. Yeah, but your Mithra be doing it. Your Mithra be doing it that Pyra can detract. But it makes sense if you were tired. Ooh, bomb flowers, hell yeah. This cave has a full set of armor in it? Lies. Good job otherwise. Oh wait, this is where I started. What? What? Hey, stop going up. There needs to be cave music in this game. I'm just on Team Pyra. No, like, no, and I get you, right? Like, I really do. Because, like, it's just free sometimes. And she's so, like, ugh. Getting those dares, you just take the situation, you just flip it around. Just, like, all of it on Pyra. It feels so nice. But I can't help but think that Mithra just kind of does the same thing in terms of opening somebody up to put Pyra where she is the best, which I think is when people are recovering and trying to get back to center. I think that's where Pyra shines. Like, people landing, getting back to center, and getting it off ledge, I think is where she absolutely is her best. If she's not in those scenarios, then I think she is okay. But I wouldn't want to give somebody the opportunity, you know what I mean? Just look up, not ascend, in the bigger room. Okay. Oh, hello. What a sneaky little place. Okay. What? Other way. Oh, I see. How far are you in the story? I have gotten 2 of the main quests done. In terms of the overall story, I kind of have a good idea of of what's happened. Oh, what's this? Oh. Start with the burn box. The blue can continue outside this gate. Okay. Oh my god. Didn't I just come from here? Oh my god, they died? What is even in here? Is this going in highlights? I mean, I could, I guess, yeah. What? Where are we? Ooh. Damn, that was fast. I think that's it, right? Interesting. No, there's more. Okay. Well then hold on. Let me be right back, okay? Give me a second. I'll leave you with this. Okay. All right. I'm back. Okay, now where am I going? What am I doing? I'm back. Seriously? Where am I even going? Ooh. Thank you for waiting, by the way. I feel a lot better. But seriously, like, what? I don't even know how I got on here. You said there's armor in here somewhere, and I don't see anything. All I see is just luminous stones. Both are in the water? Oh, wait, is that it? Oh my god, what the fuck is that? Ice like. Okay. Alright, here we go. Oh, what is that? Is that anything? Okay, cool. Soldier's helm. Gear made from sturdy materials for frontline. What? That's it? No effect? Is it good? As a defense base. Okay, cool. Oh, now that we're here, that reminds me. Can somebody tell me what exactly, for once and for all, what was the Calamity? Who was Calamity Ganon? Like, what? I never finished. Like, the Calamity was... Why did that happen? And is it relevant? If this is all about the Zonai and what happened with, you know, Ganon being locked away because of the Zonai people, then what was all the hubbub about the Calamity? Wait, is this the opposite side I came in? What side did I come in? Maybe this one? I still have absolutely no idea. Oh my. Okay. Who making noise? Y'all hear that? The fuck was that? You know what? I'm gonna look it up actually, because I am curious actually. Hold on, let me see. What was the calamity in Breath of the Wild? What is Calamity Ganon? The Great Calamity? Sure. Zelda lore. Okay, hold on.
The Princess of Hyrule and her appointed knight, after spending the day praying at the Spring of Wisdom in hopes of finally awakening Zelda's divine power necessary to seal away Calamity Ganon, returned back to the 4 champions who anxiously waited at the east gate of the Lanayru Road. The Goron champion, Daruk, eager to know if her prayers had been answered, asked the princess how everything went up the mountain. However, despite her best efforts, Zelda had once again failed to awaken her divine power, somberly shaking her head in response to Daruk's question. The whole group were visibly disappointed to learn she had no lack in awakening her sealing powers. Even Revali, who hardly showed affection for anyone other than himself, shared his concern and support for the distraught princess. Urbosa reassured Zelda that she did all she possibly could, and that there still might be a way to awaken her power through some other means. They just needed to find whatever it was that would finally spark the power within her. Upon hearing this, Mipha had a sudden realization, as she turned to look at Link, suddenly standing behind the princess. Turning to Zelda, Mipha, despite being embarrassed to share this with the group, began to tell Zelda of what she usually thought of when using her healing power. But before she could finish her sentence and reveal that what she kept in her mind while she healed was the one she loved, Link, the ground around them began to shake violently, catching everyone by surprise. As they stumbled to remain on their feet, the Rito champion, Revali, took off to the sky above to inspect their surroundings, only to catch a glimpse of the horrors taking place at Hyrule Castle. Calamity Ganon, the threat they were preparing for this entire time, had finally returned.
He appeared from deep below Hyrule Castle in the form of a dense, violent storm, the specter of the Demon King swirling around the central hub of the kingdom, its
Okay. Also from under the... Okay.
malice spreading as it let out a deafening roar. As uncontrollable fear began to grow within Zelda as she looked at the looming dark clouds that slowly covered the twilight sky, Daruk was forced to take control of the situation and formed a desperate plan to take down Ganon. He ordered the champions to head to their respective divine beasts, while instructing Link to head to Hyrule Castle. They would aid the hero while he faced off against Ganon within the castle, but it was up to him to deal the ending blow to the Demon King. Urbosa told Zelda that they needed to get her somewhere safe. However, the princess couldn't simply run and hide while her people suffered. And although she was not a warrior like the rest of them, she asked if there was anything she could do to help. From this point, Link and Zelda presumably headed toward Hyrule Castle on foot, ready to face Calamity Ganon in any way they could, as the champions hurried to their divine beasts within their respective regions. However, Ganon did not intend to fall to the same antics of 10,000 years ago, and so he concocted a plan of his own, one that the inhabitants of the entire kingdom would not see coming. From within Hyrule Castle, Ganon unleashed torrents of malice into the world, permeating the many unearthed guardians from across the kingdom, turning the once loyal Sheikah constructs against the very people they were meant to protect. Machines of death and destruction under the complete control of the Calamity. Ganon then cast out 4 shards of himself to each of the 4 divine beasts, phantom versions of Ganon made from a combination of malice and ancient weaponry that would assume control of the divine beasts and their elemental powers, those being water, fire, wind, and lightning. When the champions arrived at their respective divine beasts, they were ambushed by the 4 elemental spawns of the Calamity. Despite picking up a fight against the 4 blights, the champions lost their lives, their spirits bound to be trapped within the divine beasts for the next 100 years. Mipha's power of regeneration was insufficient to heal her devastating wounds caused by Water Blight Ganon, Daruk's shield of protection shattered against the ferocious might of Fireblight Ganon. Revali's mastery over flight could not evade the deadly precision of the beams of Windblight Ganon. And Urbosa's incredible sword skills were no match for the unparalleled speed of Thunderblight Ganon. As no one but a champion could step within a divine beast, the champions were presumed dead by their respective tribes, the champions themselves holding on to the hope that Link, the remaining champion, would one day come to free their spirits and reclaim the divine beasts from Ganon.
Legions
God.
of guardians poured forth from 5 giant columns that emerged around Hyrule Castle, following the return of Ganon. 5 enormous Sheikah-made monoliths housing the entirety of the Guardian Arsenal, said to only rise from the ground upon the revival of the Calamity. The unstoppable mechanical army now being unleashed by Calamity Ganon to completely obliterate the kingdom and everyone in it. The castle was devastated by the destructive lasers of the Guardians. The guards, cooks, maidens, all fell to the automata,
Aww.
including Hyrule's king, Rhombos Foramus Hyrule, Zelda's father, caught by surprise by the Calamity and shot dead by the devastating beams of the overwhelming Guardians.
Oh.
The corrupted Sheikah constructs continued forth, ravaging the capital town of Hyrule and the surrounding villages and garrisons, blasting anything in sight until the settlements became nothing more than rubble and dust, its people decimated by the unending stream of attacks. Those who managed to escape from the villages made a hasty evacuation towards the Hylian village past Fort Hateno in the eastern region of Necluda, guided by the surviving soldiers stationed at the Hyrule and Colomo garrisons. By the time Link and Zelda reached the Hyrulean capital, it was already in ruins and overrun by guardians, those who once lived within its walls now dead or having fled from the onslaught. Seeing the destruction caused by Calamity Ganon, and now spotted by the countless guardians who quickly began their pursuit, Link took hold of the princess's hand as he led her to safety under the heavy downpour of rain, their new destination being the safe haven of Kakariko Village. Using the trees of the many forests as cover, the muddied and worn down Link and Zelda desperately made their escape along the river, guiding the remaining survivors that they came across to Necluda as they went. As the exhausted duo were halfway toward reaching the Dueling Peaks, the devastated princess slipped from his grasp, falling to her knees in total defeat. Link turned around and kneeled before her, as Zelda gave in to despair, blaming herself for the deaths of everyone in Hyrule, including the 4 champions and her own father, all because she could not harness her sealing power. Surrendering to her emotions and unable—
Oh, okay. Right, because doesn't Zelda, yeah, that's one thing that she has, right? She has that cool, okay, like Zelda's Final Smash. She can lock Ganon away, right? That's her thing. Right? And so she lost that ability? Some people think that Link's special power is Flurry Rush. Oh, like the ability to slow down time like that and just have like super fast reflexes? How does Zelda know that she has a sealing power? Is it like prophesized or something? Did it turn out to not even be sealing at all? And it turned out to be time instead? Bloodline, I see. I see. So she couldn't harness the power in time. She saw herself as a failure in the first game because she couldn't use it for a
able
long
to hold
time.
back any longer, Zelda broke down before Link, crying uncontrollably on his lap as her protector and friend consoled her. Ganon had taken everything from her.
But it wasn't just the Hylians who suffered this devastation. In Lanayru, a stray guardian crossed Upland Sorana into Sora's domain. The guardians seemed unstoppable, and even the spears of the best soldiers didn't even leave a scratch on his metal hull. It was then that King Dorephan, without a thought for his own safety, came out to face the guardian himself. As the Great King and the possessed machine battled, Dorephan received a mighty scar on his forehead that would serve as a reminder of the battle, and with supernatural strength, he lifted the Guardian and hurled it into a ravine, the Guardian being destroyed with the impact. The Sora celebrated the king's courage, and from then on, their trust and respect for him grew beyond compare. Pursued by the fast approaching Guardians, Link and Zelda reached Blatchery Plain, where they joined with the other survivors, who mustered their strength to prevent the Guardians from passing through Fort Hateno and into the vulnerable village.
Okay.
Although the narrow pathway between the dueling peaks limited the number of Guardians that could pass through at once, the forces of the fort had limited firepower. It was only a matter of time before.
Oh, so these are Sheikah devices? The Guardians were Sheikah things. Meant to protect the village, or protect Hyrule. But the machines went haywire because of Ganon's calamity corruption situation, and so they just took control and then started shooting everybody. Very old devices. Okay.
For the Guardians broke through their defenses and made their way towards Hateno village. Link faced against many Guardians as he protected both the fort and Princess Zelda with his life, despite the princess's desperate pleas for him to save himself. However, the exhausted and gravely wounded Link, wielding a heavily damaged Master Sword, rusted by the decaying properties of malice, stood his ground, devoted to saving the princess's life, even if it meant losing his own, as more and more Guardians continued to pour in through the mountain's fissure. As Link rested his weight on the dulled blade, beginning to lose the strength to even keep standing, a lone Guardian spotted both Link and Zelda, climbing over the corpses of the other defeated Guardians, and pointing its laser at the chest of the hero, preparing to strike. Without a moment of hesitation or regard to her own life, Princess Zelda pushed Link to the side and instinctively raised her hand towards the mechanical horror, when all of a sudden, a miracle happened. In that precise moment, a bright flash of light began to emanate from her hand, engulfing the entire battlefield.
Oh my.
Zelda's love for Link and her desire to save him had awakened her sealing power.
She said, Rex!
The divine light created by the princess forced the malice of the approaching Guardians to fade away,
Oh my.
causing the tainted machines to collapse.
Oh my.
Now lifeless carcasses littered through the plain. Zelda looked at her hand in complete shock. The power she had sought to awaken her entire life had finally appeared in her time of need. It was then that the princess heard a loud thud behind her, quickly turning to see that Link had collapsed onto the muddied grass of the plains. Hurrying to his aid, she frantically reassured the hero that he would be okay, as the defeated Link looked at Zelda one final time before losing consciousness, his strength quickly fading from his body as he succumbed to his wounds. As Zelda cried for Link, believing him to be gone, a mysterious voice from within the Master Sword began to call out to the princess. The voice of Fi, the spirit that slept within the blade since ancient times, who told the princess that Link could still be saved. It was then that two Sheikah warriors, sent by the warrior Impa from Kakariko, who had ordered a large-scale search for Princess Zelda, hurried to her aid. The princess, believing Fi's words, entrusted the care of Link to the Sheikah, and tasked them to take him to the Shrine of Resurrection, a medical facility found within a great plateau, capable of healing the gravest of wounds. As Zelda made her way to Kakariko village to meet with Impa, the two Sheikah warriors carried Link to the great plateau, where they met with the scientists Pura and Robbie, who managed to escape from the laboratory,
Okay.
salvaging the guidance stones and several ancient parts before heading towards Kakariko village. Together, with the use of the Sheikah slate, they activated the Chamber of Restoration and placed Link into stasis within a healing tank, where he would slowly recover from his wounds for a long century. They then left the Sheikah.
How old is Pura? Then how old is she? Over 100? Damn.
and place Link into stasis within a healing tank, where he would slowly recover from his wounds for a long century. They then left the Sheikah Slate within a terminal next to the fallen hero, so it would aid him when he came out of stasis, and headed out of the sanctuary, sealing Link within the structure until the time came where he awakened from his long slumber.
Unable to face the overwhelming waves of Guardians spawned by the columns, the soldiers stationed within Hyrule Castletown were forced to make a hasty retreat to the northern citadel of Akkala, a massive and heavily armored stronghold said to be impenetrable. The fortress was built atop the highest peak of a steep mountain that stood between the two roads that led to Deep Akkala from central Hyrule, one leading to the north following the base of Death Mountain, while the other branched out to the east, passing through the bridges suspended over the Akkala Lake and continuing upwards. The primary function of Akkala Citadel was to repel invaders that came from the sea and prevent them from marching into central Hyrule. Its 3 batteries were strategically lined up to obliterate those who came from the eastern road, Battery 3 being the main force of attack, while the first 2 finished off the survivors. The exact number of soldiers that defended the citadel is unclear, but it's safe to assume that the number was quite large considering the size of the fortress. Due to Akkala Citadel's positioning in the mountain's top, transportation of provisions was considerably hard, especially in times of war, making it impossible to reinforce the boundaries. With the amount of fortification in the stronghold, Akkala Citadel was well suited to defend against traditional invaders. However, the threat that was heading their way was nothing they had ever faced before, and beyond what the Citadel was built to defend against. The Guardians came from the southern entrance to Akkala in great numbers, as Akkala's defenses fired torrents of cannon fire towards the mechanical army, which proved to be practically ineffective, leaving not a single dent on the shells of the automated arachnids. The Guardians blasted their way through the Citadel's walls, massacring everyone in sight, and the impenetrable fortress, which has stood strong for many years, finally fell to the calamity, and with it, so too, did the Kingdom of Hyrule.
Zelda reunited with Impa upon reaching Kakariko Village, who was overjoyed to see she was still alive. Telling her of what had happened to Link and the awakening of her sealing powers, Zelda asked Impa to relay a message to Link when he awakened from his slumber, to free the 4 divine beasts. Zelda then embarked on a journey towards Korok Forest, to return the damaged Master Sword back into its pedestal, under the watchful eye of the great Deku Tree, so that it, too, could recover like its master. Before placing the blade within its pedestal, Zelda reassured the sentient blade that Link would once again return to reclaim it in the future, despite the sleep of restoration.
Oh, that's so sad. Oh, that's so sad. Wait, this sucks. Oh, this is so sad. Wait, why don't people like the lore of Breath of the Wild again? I saw on Twitter that apparently people had issues with the lore of this game. What am I missing something? Is it because it's so disconnected from everything else that's happened in the series? Like, I don't know. I don't see what the problem with this is. This seems pretty good.
Likely depriving the hero of his past memories. The Great Deku Tree then asked Zelda what her next course of action would be moving forward. Telling the Wise Street that the Master Sword spoke to her and that her role remained unfinished, she decided to head to Hyrule Castle.
And do what?
To face against Calamity Ganon.
No, she's not. Is she crazy? Is she out of her fucking mind?
Alone.
Alone?
The Deku Tree praised the princess for her strength, and she asked him to relay a message to Link when he returned. The Deku Tree cutting her off and advising her that her message would sound much better coming from her instead, to which she agreed. Then, by herself, Zelda ventured within the heart of the castle, and with her fully awakened power, she faced and suppressed the might of Calamity Ganon, keeping the Demon King in check for a century, halting Ganon's assault on what remained of the ruined kingdom, and thus finally putting an end to the catastrophic events that came to be known as the Great Calamity. And that were the events of the Great Calamity, I'd like to give a huge thank you to Nintendo.
Okay. Okay. It doesn't make sense in the timeline. You also passed the pants a while ago. But for now, I just like to get to the end of the cave. I got the pants already. Like, wait. I passed the pants? Wait. Am I close now? Oh god, I wish I knew where these were. I'll look for the pants and then I'll get out. Anyway, if I recall correctly, yeah, it doesn't fit in the other lore. Okay. Well then to me, thank you for the follow-up, by the way. Well, I don't know. This seems like good stuff. I just wonder how all this connects now. You know? I just want to know how this, like, all the stuff that we're hearing right now, like, all the stuff that we're learning right now, I just want to know, like, how it connects to, what's happening in this game, to Tears of the Kingdom. Especially if, like, I know, you know, if you know spoilers, like, what? Like, what? People ended up putting Breath of the Wild at the end of the timeline. Like, they all merged again at some point. I see. Before the Calamity. Oh, wait, here's one. Breath of the Wild plus Age of the Calamity, the story so far. Okay. Okay.
Stories of Ganon were passed from generation to generation in the form of legends and fairy tales. But there was also a prophecy.
The Legend of Zelda series is known for many things, including clever dungeons, grand battles between good and evil, and a timeline so mysterious fans waited decades before Nintendo actually confirmed how all the games connected. They all star the young hero Link, but not every Link, Zelda, and Ganon are the same, and the timeline has split in several directions. But canonically, Breath of the Wild takes place the latest in the Zelda timeline, and while there's still plenty of mystery about how it connects to older games, its story can be viewed as a standalone tale with a definitive beginning, middle, and end that will likely lead directly into the upcoming Breath of the Wild sequel. Because Breath of the Wild ditches the series' linear storytelling and opts for a true open-world approach, much of the middle can be played in any order. We've opted to cover events in one order, but players may have scoured this era of Hyrule in a different path entirely. So whether you're a fledgling new hero of time looking to learn more, or you've mastered Breath of the Wild's sprawling open world and your impression of Link's "yeah" and just need a quick refresher, here's The Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild's story so far.
I must protect everyone.
Originally, the Great Calamity.
What the fuck was that?
Everyone.
Oh, I was about to say. I thought that was her.
Originally, the Great Calamity that struck Hyrule 100 years prior to Breath of the Wild was largely a mystery, but thanks to 2020's spin-off title Hyrule Warriors: Age of Calamity, we got a first-hand look at this pivotal era. As the legend goes, a 10,000-year-old threat known as Calamity Ganon re-emerged, threatened to destroy Hyrule and the mechanical guardians built by the ancient Sheikah race to defend it. It's during this time that Princess Zelda's powers awakened, which caused a small guardian to spring to life as well. After witnessing what was to come, the tiny guardian traveled back in time to before the start of the Great Calamity, splitting Breath of the Wild's timeline into two distinct storylines.
Bro, what?
To spring to life as well. After witnessing what was to come, the tiny guardian traveled back in time to before the start of the Great Calamity, splitting Breath of the Wild's timeline into two distinct storylines in the process, where it is eventually found by a young hero named Link during a battle outside Hyrule Castle. With the knowledge of Ganon's imminent return, Link and Zelda are tasked by King Rhoam of Hyrule to seek out 4 pilots for the Divine Beasts, large mechanical animals designed to seal away Calamity Ganon thousands of years prior. Link joined forces with Mipha, Princess of the Zora, Daruk, a large Goron warrior, Rivali, the bow-wielding Rito, and Urbosa, chief of Gerudo, each of whom would pilot one of the 4 divine
She is just so hot.
beasts. Link and the champions set out across Hyrule to destroy each of Calamity Ganon's blights, all the while an evil sorcerer named Astor tried to intervene, but was largely unsuccessful. So it goes when you play second Ocarina to one of gaming's most infamous villains. After weakening Calamity Ganon slightly, the group of heroes set off for Hyrule Castle to vanquish him. Upon entering, they were greeted one last time by Aster and a possessed guardian known as Harbinger Ganon, who, gasp, turned out to be the small guardian that traveled back into the hero's timeline. After defeating Aster and Harbinger Ganon, the small guardian was possessed by Calamity Ganon and began attacking Link and the gang. With no other choice, they put an end to their little buddy who had accompanied them during the entire journey. Following the fight, a heartbroken Princess Zelda recalled that the small guardian was actually from her childhood, a guardian named Tarako. Enraged by what happened, Zelda, Link, and the heroes climbed Hyrule Castle, eventually coming face to face with Calamity Ganon. Despite their best efforts, the heroes were overpowered. At this moment, Tarako reactivated and self-destructed in a final act of friendship, causing Calamity Ganon to become temporarily vulnerable. With the Master Sword in hand, Link delivered the final blow, while Princess Zelda used her powers to seal him away once and for all.
Open your eyes.
100 years later, Link awoke from a deep slumber inside the Shrine of Resurrection after hearing a mysterious voice. Not remembering the events that happened prior, he ventured out onto the Great Plateau, where he met an old man who led him around the area and tasked Link with retrieving spirit orbs from the nearby ancient shrines. I don't know about this guy, he seems pretty lazy. Anyway, after fulfilling his request, the old man told Link to meet him at the nearby Temple of Time, where he revealed himself to be the spirit of King Rhoam, the last king of Hyrule. Sorry for the insult, King. He retold Link the events of the Great Calamity from 100 years prior and warned that Princess Zelda's seal on Calamity Ganon was weakening and he would soon break free. In this timeline, the four great champions each succumbed to Calamity Ganon's blights, and Link was mortally wounded in the final fight against Calamity Ganon, only to be saved by the Sheikah and placed in the Shrine of Resurrection before he woke in the present. With history seemingly set to repeat itself, King Rhoam once again urged Link to seek out the Divine Beast and rescue Princess Zelda from Hyrule Castle while ensuring Calamity Ganon doesn't destroy the world.
It has been quite a long time, Link.
After traveling to Kakariko Village to reunite with Impa, a Sheikah who protected the royal family of Hyrule for generations, Link set out to reclaim the power of the Divine Beasts. It's at this point that Link's adventure really opened up, as you're free to explore Hyrule as you see fit. The path Link takes could see the first stop as Zora's Domain, where Link found Divine Beast Vah Ruta responsible for creating an endless reign over the area. Here, Link met Prince Sidon and recalled his memory of Mipha, Sidon's sister and Link's former friend. With the help of Sidon, Link ventured deep within
Sidon? Okay.
Ruta to defeat Waterblight Ganon and avenge her death. Mipha's spirit was released and Link gained the power of Mipha's grace, allowing him to instantly revive upon death. A climb up the imposing Death Mountain may have followed next. This fiery region was home to the Goron people, and Link was tasked with subduing the blight inside Divine Beast Vah Rudania. Link recalled his memories of Daruk and met his grandson Yunobo, who helped him dispatch Vah Rudania's security drones to board the Divine Beast. After solving a number of puzzles, Link faced and defeated Fireblight Ganon, freeing the spirit of Daruk and gaining access to the power of Daruk's protection to increase his defense. With two Divine Beasts freed, Link turned his attention to Divine Beast Vah Medoh, located in the Hebra region. Vah Medoh could be seen flying high above the sky, and Link would need the help of Tiba to board the flying fortress. After testing Link's archery skills, Tiba equipped him with the Falcon Bow and bomb arrows to destroy Vah Medoh's exterior cannons before gaining access to the interior. Inside, Link defeated Windblight Ganon and freed the spirit of Revali, who blessed Link with Revali's Gale, allowing him to leap high into the air atop a gust of wind. Now, with 3 Divine Beasts rescued, Link sought out Divine Beast Vah Naboris in the barren region of Gerudo Desert. In order to gain access, he would need the help of Gerudo Chief Riju. The only problem was that Gerudo Town was only inhabited by women, so Link sought out a disguise to get inside. Once inside, Chief Riju agreed to help Link if he retrieved the Thunder Helm, stolen by the mysterious Yiga clan. Link infiltrated the Yiga clan hideout, defeating Master Koga, the top banana of the Yiga clan, and retrieving the Thunder Helm for Riju. With the artifact in hand, Link returned to Gerudo Town and presented it to the chief before planning their attack on Vah Naboris. Together, the two rode sand sails to quickly cross the desert sand, avoiding Vah Naboris' devastating lightning attacks. And
Revali wasn't born with this power. He had to train to get the title of champion, which is juxtaposed by little boy here who was born with it. Interesting. He was the only champion who wasn't born into greatness. That's actually a fascinating detail. I wonder why.
And Link incapacitated it by firing bomb arrows at its 4 large legs. Once the beast had fallen, Link entered the interior, dispatched Thunderblight Ganon, and freed the spirit of Urbosa. For his efforts, she bestowed on him the power of Urbosa's Fury, allowing Link to summon lightning attacks of his own.
Okay, so they died in there? I love those champions. They just died in there because Ganon turned on and like got inside the beasts with his little calamity thingies, and they died in there. Oh my god, that's horrible. And their spirits couldn't even move on. They were just locked in there. That is so fucking sad. They couldn't even move on. Wow, that sucks. Oh my god, that's horrible. Okay, I'm glad we got him out. Jeez.
Finally decided to return. Better late than never.
With the power of each of the 4 champions obtained and mastery over the 4 divine beasts, Link set out for the Lost Woods to retrieve the hero's weapon, the legendary Master Sword that was hidden away 100 years prior by Princess Zelda. After navigating through the maze-like interior and entering the Korok Forest, Link came across the iconic weapon. The Great Deku Tree warned Link that not just anybody could pull the sword out of the stone, but come on, we all know who the Master Sword is for. As expected, Link pulled the sword out and was ready to face Calamity Ganon. The journey into Hyrule Castle was a treacherous one, as the field outside was lined with guardians corrupted by Calamity Ganon's dark magic. By this point though, Link was used to defeating these spider-like mechanical creatures, in part thanks to some side excursions to Hyrule's many shrines Link could visit, and he fought his way into Hyrule Castle to find Calamity Ganon inside the sanctum. Once inside, Zelda called out to Link and told him she could no longer hold Calamity Ganon back as he had grown too powerful. At that moment, Calamity Ganon broke free and Link came face to face with the Scourge of Hyrule Castle. Thankfully, Link had some help on his side. The spirits of the 4 great champions came to his aid, and the combined power of Divine Beast Vah Ruta, Divine Beast Vah Rudania, Divine Beast Vah Medoh, and Divine Beast Vah Naboris weakened Calamity Ganon before Link finished him off. However, just as Ganon's
That's nice. Our moment has arrived.
dark spirit faded from Hyrule Castle, Link was transported outside into Hyrule Field, where the manifestation of evil revealed its final form, Dark Beast Ganon, hatred and malice incarnate.
He has given up on reincarnation and assumed his pure, enraged form.
What? What? He's given up on reincarnation. What?
He has given up on reincarnation and assumed his pure, enraged form.
No, he didn't.
Warned by Princess Zelda that Dark Beast Ganon intended to cause destruction unlike anything the world has seen before, Link was imbued with the Bow of Light and some light arrows. Using their combined forces, Princess Zelda exposed Dark Beast Ganon's weak points while Link fired a volley of light arrows into him. With the final arrow fired into his eye on his forehead, Princess Zelda finally appeared and used all of her might to seal away Ganon once more. This time for good, hopefully. With Hyrule finally at peace, Link and Zelda plan to restore it to its former glory. Zelda also no longer possesses her powers, having used everything she had in the final battle. What happens next is a mystery and will likely be explored in the upcoming sequel to Breath of the Wild. Do you think Ganondorf will make a return? Will Princess Zelda be a playable character in the upcoming game? Let us know all your theories below, and for everything else in Hyrule, stick with IGN.
Then why is he still here? The spirit of evil gave up, but the incarnation made flesh did not? Ganon and Ganondorf are different. Is this the pig Ganon and like the human Ganon? Right? Is that what's going on? Pig equals Ganon. Human equals Ganondorf. So who is Pig Ganon? Who the fuck is that? Yeah, actually, yeah. Who is Pig Ganon? Now that I think about it. What are you doing right now? I thought I saw dragon under here. I was just looking. Oh yeah, this isn't it. Okay, cool. Watch my video now? What is this supposed to be? Why
When it comes to
Rivali deserves better. Or why Rivali is one of the better characters. Is there TLDR? Is there TLDR? Hold on. We'll get back to this. I'm more so just... I'm more so just concerned of like... Okay, hold on real quick. I'll come back to this. Ganon versus Ganondorf. Yeah, what's going on with this? What is this? The differences between Ganon and Ganondorf.
The demon wizard and thief, Ganon and Ganondorf, the main antagonists throughout most of the Legend of Zelda series. Are they one and the same, or are there differences between the two? Well, that's what we're here for, to discuss the differences between Ganon and Ganondorf. Now, in order to get a better understanding of who Ganon and Ganondorf are, we first need to go back to the beginning. And the first Zelda game in the Zelda timeline is The Legend of Zelda Skyward Sword. You see, in Skyward Sword, we got to see Demise, the Demon King. The Demon King Demise is a recurring evil throughout the generations that needed to be dealt with even within the ancient times of Hyrule. But at the end of Skyward Sword, when Link defeats Demise, in his dying breath, he curses both Link and Zelda to deal with a reincarnation of his own hatred throughout the generations.
An incarnation of my hatred shall ever follow your kind, dooming them to wander a blood-soaked sea of darkness for all time. What the fuck am I supposed to do? Like, so you just can't win? Like, oh, sorry. Oh, my bad. Well, fuck. Yeah, well, oops. Well, dang it. I guess. What? How is that fair? So we're just supposed to let you just do that? Oh man. A reincarnation of my hatred. Well, we're supposed to just let you just do whatever you want? That is so stupid. That is so stupid. That is so stupid. Well, don't fucking be evil. Like, okay, whatever.
Deal with a reincarnation of his own hatred throughout the generations. And it is for this reason that we see a reincarnation of the hatred of Demise in every different generation of Zelda. So because of this, you could argue that Vaati, Zant, Calamity Ganon, Ganon, and Ganondorf are all different incarnations of the hatred of Demise. So in other words, Ganon and Ganondorf are the reincarnation of Demise. But we don't see Ganon or Ganondorf until the events of Ocarina of Time. You see, in Ocarina of Time, we meet Ganondorf for the very first time. He was the king of thieves from the Gerudo. There is only one male Gerudo born every 100 years, and that was Ganondorf in the events of Ocarina of Time. He was jealous of the lands of Hyrule, which were so much greater and much more prosperous than the dry desert lands of the Gerudo. So once Link acquired the 3 spiritual stones and used it to open up the Temple of Time and acquire the Master Sword, this is when Ganondorf entered the Sacred Realm to acquire the Triforce. But it was in this moment that the Triforce was split and Ganondorf was only left with the Triforce of Power. And this is really important because in the final fight at the end of Ocarina of Time, once Link had already beaten Ganondorf and the tower was destroyed, Ganondorf arose one more time for one more final fight. And this is when Ganondorf transformed into Ganon for the very first time. He used the Triforce of Power to become Ganon, and this is when we see Ganon for the very first time, at the end of Ocarina.
Where did he get the Triforce of Power? Where did he get that? What you don't just get? Where did he find it? Where was that just there? He took it. Where is it? Is that just somewhere? Wait a minute. I thought that was like a thing that you like that you're just born into. What? He killed the sages? Is that a Link to the Past? That big ass room with the Triforce in it? the Temple of Time. The Temple of Time contains the Triforce. Okay, I'll have to watch a video about what the Triforce is.
So this is where things may get a bit more complicated, because it is in this moment that the timeline for the Zelda series is split into 3. You see, during the final fight with Ganon, once Ganondorf had transformed, there is one timeline where Link supposedly lost to Ganon, and it is in the Fallen Hero timeline where we mostly just see Ganon reincarnated throughout the different games. It seems that in the Fallen Hero timeline, the timeline where Link lost to Ganon...
I'm sorry, this is already fucking stupid. What? 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 Which one is canon? What is this? This is so silly. Why not just pick one? Oh, that is ridiculous. Are you kidding me? What? Just pick one. Or am I wrong? The Wind Waker Link had to fish it out of the sea to earn the piece of courage. I see. There a reason why Nintendo doesn't bring up the timeline anymore? Oh, I see.
In the final fight of Ocarina of Time, that Ganon became the main personality for Ganondorf. But in the other 2 timeline possibilities, the one where Link defeated Ganon, the child timeline and the adult timeline, Ganondorf survives even after being sealed into the Sacred Realm. We see him eventually in the Wind Waker, the adult timeline, and we also see him in Twilight Princess, the child timeline. In Twilight Princess, Ganondorf still has the power to be...
Okay, I'm sorry. Whoa. The Ocarina of Time is about time travel or something, right? I never played it. Correct? Yes. So the reason why there's timeline things in this is because you can defeat Ganon in different times? Like, what is it? Like, where is this coming from? Also, hi, Plumber. Good to see you. I am doing well. I'm just trying to understand what the hell is happening. I'm getting there. It's starting to make some more sense. Yeah, it's starting to make a little, like a smidgen more sense. Watch a video about Ocarina of Time? Okay.
In the adult timeline, Ganondorf survives even after being sealed into the Sacred Realm. We see him eventually in the Wind Waker, the adult timeline, and we also see him in Twilight Princess, the child timeline. In Twilight Princess, Ganondorf still has the power to become Ganon. He still uses the Triforce of Power to become this evil beast, but it seems to only just be a transformation for Ganondorf rather than his main personality. Now, at the very end of all the Zelda timelines, we have Breath of the Wild. It hasn't been specified exactly where it falls in, but we know it's very late into the timeline for the Legend of Zelda series. And it is in this one that we see the Calamity Ganon. This Calamity Ganon is void of any personality. It seems to simply be another reincarnation of the hatred of Demise. But basically it seems that Ganon has become the primary name for that reincarnating spirit of hatred that was originally Demise. The original...
Why not then why not call it Demise? Then why not name it Demise? Like, if it's Demise, then call it Demise. Like, what's going on? Like, huh? What? What? Wait, am I going to write? Okay. Oh, there it is. Okay, cool. Ganondorf is the rest of Demise. I see.
Original Demon King. And Ganondorf was a man that was born in the age of Ocarina of Time that survived for far longer thanks to the Triforce of Power in the events of both the Wind Waker and Twilight Princess. We do see Ganondorf reincarnated one time in Four Swords Adventures, but this is a reincarnation where Ganondorf was the name of this reincarnation. And Ganon, the main initial Ganon, was simply a transformation that came from the Triforce of Power that Ganondorf had acquired. And these are the differences between Ganon and Ganondorf. If you guys have any questions, let me know in the comments.
Oh, so you're telling me that Link to the Past doesn't mean anything? Because it's the idiot timeline where it doesn't fucking matter? Is that why he's a stupid pig? Is that why he's a stupid pig? Oh my god. Okay. Right. Okay. Okay, now I get it. It's making a little more sense. And this is all because Demise is just some petty bitch. Demise threw his controller at the last second. Well, I'm just happy there was a... This sounds so stupid. Being a Zelda fan before... Okay, are you serious? Were people fans of this game before Skyward Sword came out? Then what do you even... How do you even... Without Skyward Sword, how did you even... Did any of this make sense? Did any of this make sense before Skyward Sword put Demise into the picture? This sounds like none of this made any sense. It sounds like everyone just played Zelda games and there was just no continuity between them. And that Skyward Sword was necessary to connect these, because what were you supposed to do without these? Is there even context here? Oh my goodness.
Is The Legend of Zelda Skyward Sword. You see, in Skyward Sword, we got to see Demise.
Look up the timeline. It kind of explains it. This is when Nintendo tried to make the games have continuity, but they tried to do it in a way that didn't work. I don't even think we had a timeline and just vibed. It was like the Final Fantasy games, different games with different stories and stuff. Well, that's what I thought it was. I didn't think there were going to be this whole big connection thing. That sounds to me stupid if it's not initially established that there was supposed to be continuity. How do you go back and just connect all the dots post, like, later? Like, that doesn't... How do you even do that? What? That sounds silly. That sounds like... What? Okay. What? Okay. Sure. Yeah, okay. TBH? Kingdom Hearts, right. Well, I mean, like, it's okay. It's okay. You would just, I don't know, not start over. What would you do? If you wanted to decide later on that you wanted to have, like, continuity and lore, what would you do? You would just make connection games, make a connection anime story, something. You would have to, like, do a lot of picking up some lost pieces so that people are on board with what's happening, because this seems like, all right, I'll just roll with it. Yes. The continuity is fine aside from the third timeline, because I don't even know what that means. The hero defeated timeline is, if Ganon wins, there should be no timeline. He won. That's it. What? Ganon should already have won. Like, there's no... Right? Am I wrong? In Ocarina of Time, there was a future world and a past world. How is Ganon winning in a timeline? If both Links, the past and future Link... Or, yeah. If they both win, then... Yeah, that makes sense. Because shouldn't there be 4 timelines then? Ones where the young Link and the older Link lose, and ones where the... Because that sounds stupid. Yeah, don't even... What is that? What? Ocarina of Time Link is sent back to the past at the end. And they arrest Ganon. Gosh. It probably was important for me to play that game, huh? Oh, look! Okay, one more thing. What is the Triforce? Yeah, what's going on with this? Yeah, what is the stupid Triforce? I need to know. What's going on? What is this?
The Triforce, the mystical golden relic of the gods, is the most important artifact in the Zelda universe. Created by the golden goddesses after the world's creation, left in the care of goddess Hylia, and later protected by a royal family of Hyrule, this artifact has been the cause of major conflicts throughout history, as many sought to take this power for themselves.
Okay, it's from...
Created by the golden goddesses after the world's creation, left in the care of goddess Hylia, and
Okay, so, and who is Miss Hylia? Like, this is the goddess that made the Master Sword. Who is she, and what is she doing here? Like, what's her deal? Is she, like, why is she around? What is she doing here? The goddess Hylia. Fascinating. Okay, let's play that back again.
The golden relic of the gods is the most important artifact in the Zelda universe. Created by the golden goddesses after the world's creation.
The golden goddesses. Who?
Left in the care of goddess Hylia, and later protected by a royal family of Hyrule, this artifact has been the cause of major conflicts throughout history, as many...
Why is she here? What is Tyler? What are you doing here? What is she doing here? Okay, I guess Hylia's here. Okay, sure. Okay, she's here. What?
Sought to take this power for themselves. This ancient relic consists of 3 golden triangles. The Triforce of Power, created by Din, the goddess of power, always depicted on the top. The Triforce of Wisdom, created by Nehru, the goddess of wisdom, always depicted on the bottom left. And the Triforce of Courage, created by Pharaoh, the goddess of courage, always depicted on the bottom right. The Triforce is the ultimate power of the universe, containing the power of the gods themselves.
Why? What?
It is so powerful that when the goddesses created the Triforce, they made it so that a god could not wield it, as a means to spread hope to mortal beings that a god would not use it against them. This is the reason why goddess Hylia, after seeing the Demon King demise for the first time, renounced her divine form to be reborn as a mortal, in hopes of using the Triforce to stop demise upon his inevitable return. Goddesses created the Triforce. They made it so that a god could not wield it, as a means to spread hope to mortal beings that a god would not use it against them.
Okay.
This is the reason why goddess Hylia, after seeing the Demon King demise for the first time, renounced her divine form to be reborn as a mortal, in hopes of using the Triforce to stop demise upon his...
So she just cheated and became Zelda. Really? She just cheated and became... What? You can't... What? Is that why... Okay. Is that where Neru's love comes from or something? Zelda's neutral B? Is that why she's so innately magical? Because she has goddess powers? I see.
His inevitable return. The Triforce has the ability to make any wish and desire of whoever lays his hands on it a reality, no matter their intentions, whether good or evil. The stronger the wish is, the more the wish will become a reality. The Sacred Realm, the home of the Triforce, will reflect the heart of whoever comes to claim the Triforce. If the heart of the wielder is pure and balanced, the Sacred Realm will remain a paradise of golden skies, and the wielder will possess the complete power of the gods. But if the heart of the wielder is unbalanced, the one who touches it will keep the Triforce piece which represents his stronger virtue. while the two other remaining pieces
What?
will seek those who represent their respective virtues. And
What?
the one who touches complete power of the gods. But if the heart of the wielder is unbalanced, the one who touches it will keep the Triforce piece which represents his stronger virtue, while the two other remaining pieces will seek those who represent their respective virtues.
So the most wise person, the most courageous person, and then whoever picked it, their strongest virtue. Okay, sure. Yeah, okay, that makes sense.
And the sacred realm will transform into a world of darkness. If the one who fractured the Triforce is defeated or killed, the sacred realm will return to its former glory. To use the full power of the Triforce after it is fractured, the one who laid his hands on it must find the two remaining pieces, held by two individuals chosen by destiny, who bear the symbol of the Triforce on the back of their hands. Throughout history, the wielders of the Triforce chosen by destiny mostly have been Link, the goddess's chosen hero.
Okay, can I ask one more thing, right? So why they what is Wind Waker? Why are they little babies? Like, what is this? Is this preschool Zelda? Given how insane this context is and how big the situation is, what is this little baby doing here? What? Reincarnation and death and destruction and evil and timelines and goddesses and all this stuff, and you got little baby here. And this grown-ass man, what happened? Oh, it's an art style. Okay, I was about to say, it's like, what, huh? Is there an age requirement? Like, what's
Use
going
the
on?
full power of the Triforce after it is fractured.
They did Wind Waker like that to have an art style that would withstand the test of time. He wasn't supposed to be here? Who, Ganon or Link?
The one who laid his hands on it must find the two remaining pieces, held by two individuals
Link, okay.
chosen by destiny, who bear the symbol of the Triforce on the back of their hands. Throughout history, the wielders of the Triforce chosen by destiny mostly have been Link, the goddess's chosen hero, Zelda, the Hylian princess, and Ganon, the king of evil, who each possess the Triforce of courage, wisdom, and power, respectively.
Okay.
When two or all bearers of the Triforce are near each other, the Triforce piece will resonate, as seen in Ocarina of Time when Ganondorf, Link and Zelda are in Ganon's tower, and in The Wind Waker when Ganondorf grabs Tetra, revealing that she's in fact Princess Zelda, and also in Ganon's tower where Link, Zelda and Ganondorf are reunited once again. Other people have been seen possessing the Triforce over the ages. During Skyward Sword, the first incarnation of the hero, after gathering the three pieces of the Triforce from the Skykeep in Skyloft, used the full Triforce to wish for the destruction of the Demon King. In A Link Between Worlds, Yuga merges with Ganon, who possessed the Triforce of Power, and later steals the Triforce of Wisdom from Princess Hilda, who had previously stolen it from Zelda. Before The Legend of Zelda and the Adventure of Link, the Prince of Hyrule had the Triforces of Wisdom and Power. And prior to the events of the Adventure of Link, the King of Hyrule possessed the full Triforce to keep peace to the kingdom.
Get the fuck away. All of you. Get out. Out. Don't ever touch it again. I don't want a single person that's not one of these three to touch these. No more. I want to never see that ever again. Don't touch the Triforce. No one else. It's already complicated and convoluted enough. Don't touch it. Okay? Don't even go there. Just stop. 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 Don't try to be the main character, okay? Just stop. No more.
In The Wind Waker, Ganondorf obtained the full Triforce, but the King of Hyrule, Daphnes no Hansen Hyrule, intervened before Ganondorf could make his wish, and he himself wished for Hyrule to be completely flooded and thus save the world from Ganon. In Twilight Princess, Zelda possesses the Triforce of Wisdom. However, in a point in its story, she transfers her soul to Midna in order to save her life, and it is likely that she gave her the Triforce of Wisdom as well.
Oh my god!
This is supported by the
She
fact
did? Oh my god, no! Oh no, that's terrible! Oh no! Did she? Oh no! No!
Fact that once Midna is saved by Zelda, she no longer has to turn into a shadow in the world of light, implying that the Triforce of Wisdom is protecting her.
Okay.
Just like the Triforces protect Zelda, Link and possibly Ganondorf from transforming into spirits on the Twilight Realm. Also, despite the fact Sand never possessed the Triforce, he received power from Ganondorf himself, who was in possession of the Triforce of Power, meaning he indirectly received power from the Triforce of Power.
Okay.
And in Breath of the Wild, although not directly present, the Triforce symbol is seen when Zelda uses the Sealing Power, which was passed down over generations to Sealed Ganon, implying that the Sealing Power is in fact the full Triforce.
So is this still the goddess, right? Or is she gone? Like, is the goddess, because if goddess turned herself into Zelda to make herself mortal, is she still here? Like, is her goddess ability still, like, what's going on? Is that still in here? Like, what is that? Or is it gone? Like, basically, are these goddess powers still in existence, or is it like just gone and now it's just the Triforce of Wisdom? We don't know. Okay, cool.
Is needed for the world to prosper. Without it, the world will be destroyed. This is directly seen in a link between worlds. Lorule, Hyrule's parallel counterpart, has its own version of the Triforce. Much like in Hyrule, Lorule had many wars to claim the Triforce, which led to its destruction to prevent more conflicts. This, however, caused Lorule to begin to crumble. To save their kingdom, Yuga was sent to Hyrule by Princess Hilda to steal the Hyrulean Triforce to restore balance to Lorule. However, this will result in Hyrule's own destruction. Using the Hyrulean Triforce, Link and Zelda wished for the Lorulean Triforce to be restored, saving Lorule from destruction. Aside from the Triforce itself being able to split into 3 pieces, the pieces themselves have been fragmented numerous times into 8. In The Wind Waker, the Triforce of Courage is fragmented into 8 pieces and scattered across the Great Sea, while in the original Legend of Zelda, the Triforce of Wisdom was fragmented into 8 pieces and scattered across Hyrule. It is unknown if the Triforce pieces will always shatter into 8 pieces, or if this is just a coincidence. Will we see the return of the Triforce in the sequel to Breath of the Wild? Considering Ganondorf is back, and that he always has the goal to obtain the full Triforce, I believe so. But we'll have to wait and see what the sequel will have in store for us.
I gotta beat this game.
This has been the lore of the Triforce.
This is like, it's interesting. It's interesting, but also a little silly. It's both interesting and silly. What a weird feeling. What a weird feeling. Huh. What an odd feeling this is. It's I don't know. Okay. Now I get what the Triforce is, right? 3 goddesses came together and they were like, you know what we want to do? We want to give mortals the agency to create the world that they want to create. So let's take these 3 goddesses and make the Triforce that can make their wishes come true. And if someone good gets it, then there you go. And if someone bad gets it, then that's just too bad. That's just how it works. And it's blah, 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 blah. Ganon gets it. It splits into 3 people. Okay. And so now, like, what? Are we just in this perpetual triple Triforce type thing? Then what's the end? Like, what's the end? What's the Xenoblade? Like, what's the Xenoblade Chronicles storyline? What's the Xenoblade Chronicles 3? What's the end? Like, is there an end game? Are we gonna get rid of the Triforce? There is no end. We just gotta keep doing it over and over again. More sequels forever. Well, then that sounds like inconsequential then. Who cares what you do in Ocarina of Time? It's a temporary measure. Whatever you do here is inconsequential to the situation, except you're just kind of holding off Ganon because you're just gonna do it again. So then we gotta play another game, and then Ganon just does it again, and then another game, and then Ganon just does it again, over and over and over again, and then we just win because we're the main protagonist to open up. Well, isn't that silly? Like, what's the growth? Like, what's the? Is there? You know what I mean? Like, is there no? Is there no like rupture to the formula? Does it change? Like, I don't know. The series was never made to have a timeline, and it did. I'm not saying that it has to end per se. It's just that, like, doesn't it become kind of predictable? Like, why even have a timeline and lore and kind of like this story going on if it just kind of means that there's... Skyward Sword added a new element to all of this and giving you this demise situation and seeing what's going on with him, right? And, you know, Demise's whole reincarnation situation, right? And so that was really good. And that was like a really great thing for the series. No matter what the gameplay is, Skyward Sword did a very good thing by introducing that into the series, correct? So I guess what my question is, unless you change things, or unless Breath of the Wild or Tears of the Kingdom is the converging timeline of all of these games or something, and then you do something like big to affect the overall ethos, I just don't understand how this doesn't just become a repeat over and over again of the same thing, is my concern. Right? Does that make sense? I hope it does. Use Lookout Landing. Yeah, okay. Nintendo builds the gameplay first and then the story. I mean, that's good, I guess. But isn't that a little disappointing? This is smidgen? Like, isn't it just a smidgen, like a small, itty bit disappointing? That's just the way it is. This is why Xenoblade is just... Please. You know what I mean? Like, yes. It makes sense. There's references. There's a plan in mind. There's an idea in mind of what needs to happen. It's great. It's great. That's what I like. Like, that's good. Because it kind of sucks. What it sounds like to me, and I could be wrong, so tell me if I am, but what it sounds like to me is that maybe that was just there to appease to people or to get people kind of interested in this, like, infinite loop with no end in sight, so you just gotta keep playing the games over and over again if you really want to have, like, closure, which you're never gonna really get. The time was very much created to hype people for Skyward Sword. I mean, yeah, I'd be hyped for it too. I would be, like, honestly, this is actually very interesting in theory and in concept, right? And so I love the idea of a game like Skyward Sword that, like, let's go to the beginning, like, let's see what happened, right? That's super cool to me. I think that's awesome, right? So then when I think of, I guess when I think about the future of Zelda games and stuff, yeah, I guess it does concern me a little bit of like where are we going? What are we doing? Right? That sounds annoying though, as a fan. If I were to be like a deeper fan of it, right? That sounds a little annoying. I'm at the mercy of if they decide to add anything of substance to the story. If anything, that kind of makes me not want to care. Because I don't know if they would do it right. Or not do it right, necessarily, because, you know, creative's vision, but more so do it in a way that, like, it's not the sales that matter here. It's not the gameplay, per se, that matters here because you just had some random gameplay idea. It's the... all of this leads to the integrity of the story and the IP as a whole, since everything is interconnected. So you don't want to do anything that like makes it too crazy, too quirky, too what? Too question marky. I guess that would worry me a little bit. Oh, that's cool. Oh, that's cool. Really? This responds every blood moon. This is the bow that you were talking about, right? So I can go down to that shrine now? Okay. Are you about to kill a Geelok today or something? That'd be awesome. This one in the Coliseum. Okay. See though, like, you know what I don't like about overarching stories like that? Like you know what I don't like about these? Like now that I've learned all this? It's hard for me sometimes when I hear about stories like this to remain invested in the small things, right? Like the inner workings of what's happening in Hateno Village right now, right? Is greatly irrelevant in the grand scheme because it's not a main plot thing. And I know that's not a good way to think about it. That is not a good way to think. Like, because that basically makes me feel like none of this matters. Kind of like apathetic in a sense, right? And that like, yeah, this is all kind of fucking worthless because it has nothing to do with like what's happening with Ganon and all that stuff. It just kind of serves to flesh out the world. I'm really bad at that, and I shouldn't do it because I think that's like doing a really big disservice to to everybody that's like currently in this story right now. That's just a personal thing though. Like in Xenoblade, like it would be hard for me to care about the inner workings of what's happening in each of these colonies or whatever or something. Because of because it doesn't really matter in the grand scheme. Is that How do you guys stop that though? Like, what is even a good perspective to have with that? Like, how do you stay present in the game and not think about, like, well, overall lore? Live in the moment. I guess you kind of have to, huh? To look at the nuances of each game and appreciate the differences. Okay. Gosh. Hmm. That's why world building is so important. In the sense of like, why would I, why would I care? Hmm. That is so fascinating. That is like, I feel like it's a bad trait to have. I gotta work on that. I'm not sure if you guys have watched Steven Universe, but it gives me Sapphire vibes, where she has future vision, and she was accused of not giving a fuck of what was happening in the current moment because she already knew what was going to happen in the future. That kind of sounds like somewhat adjacent and kind of fucking terrible. With that being said, the fact that Xenoblade Chronicles 3 ends by effectively resetting the world state with the events, but just being a vague recollection of it does soil it all. Wait. Yeah, okay, I could see why that'd be an issue. What is this? Why does it matter? I think it's a very valid point, to be honest. Okay, let's see. I think it's a very valid point, to be honest. You want to be invested in a world, and when you're trying to connect so many dots, it takes away from that world. Yeah, it is a bit of a shitty feeling. A tad bit of a shitty feeling. Oh my god, I didn't mean to drop it on the ground, did I? Okay, cool. It just depends. It just depends. Because I find myself it's easy to get immersed, right? But then there's like this big overarching issue that's happening. It's going to be really hard for me to not try to think about that. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, it's great that CC is having this big village debate, but what's going on with Ganon? Like, are you the type of person that hates the tiny episodes? No, I'm not. Oh, that's really awesome. Oh, wait. Hello? This is so much better. It's as if this thing was, like, made for magic. That's why it's a magic rod. Where do I get more of these? Okay, then I wonder how this affects fire, then. Oh, that is very nice. Oh, look at that. That is very, very nice. And now, I don't hate the tiny episodes in Steven Universe because even though I know there's a bigger situation going on, like, I know that all those people kind of serve roles in assisting my main character grow and progress meaningfully. And so I think it matters because that show is kind of like a coming of age kind of show. So I think that's fine. I would hate the idea that like people and things that Link interacts with in the story doesn't really like matter in the grand scheme because these people have no impact on him and what it is that he's doing and are kind of just there to give him materials or what have you. it's just a game thing. It's not necessarily, no, it's not necessarily a game thing. I mean it in this context because I'm constantly thinking about the fact that, like, there is this perpetual endless cycle thing, right? Which is horrible, which is bad, right? And I guess maybe I gotta focus on the fact that, like, maybe the people in the Zelda universe are kind of like, well, it is what it is, right? Like, even though Demise is going to be appearing multiple times over and over and over again, we're just gonna have to, like, I don't know, take it on the chin and kind of just deal with it. And I guess if I think of it that way, then it makes it easier for me to, like, care more, to live in the moment more. But if I think of it like there is this ever-looming threat that always threatens peace and will always be here, right? No matter what we do, then it makes it difficult for me to fucking care about, I don't know, the kid wants me to go get him an apple. I don't really care. Because there's shit happening. Like, there's a situation, you know? Like, you know what I mean? Is that bad? It's like, we don't have time to care about this right now, I think. Ace the Nihilist. I know, right? But that's only because we know the future. A perpetual Ganon. I wouldn't normally be like this. It's just that there's this, like, this bitch that's always going to be here. That's terrible. Ugh. Especially if you don't revisit these places. That's another thing, too. Like, if whatever happens in Ocarina of Time stays in Ocarina of Time, you beat it and you move on, right? And Link and Zelda win, and they thwart Ganon in that time. And then the same thing happens in Twilight Princess, and then the same thing happens in Link Between Worlds, and Wind Waker, and Link to the Past, and Link's Awakening, and all these things, right? Well, Link's Awakening's different. But, and these worlds are kind of just, like, saved now. Are they ever threatened again? Like, now that Ganon is, like, done in Ocarina of Time, does that mean that he's never going to threaten that place again? Oh my god, that's actually a very interesting question. Mount Lanru Tower, okay. That's actually a very interesting question to think about. Oh my god. Okay, now what am I doing here? Go to the water. Okay. I think the game being open world doesn't help because you want to visit so many places and you tend to forget where you travel because it can mess with the story continuity. I think what would matter to me in this game a lot is Link's interactions. The way that Link thinks about everything that happened, to me, I think it's just so important. I really think it is. Like, I really think it's so important that, like, in this perpetual sort of cycle, did they, like, here's another thing, do they know? Like, do Link and Zelda, are they aware of who Demise is? Or are they just kind of, like, subjected to just, like, well, I don't know, it's just this dude? Because that makes me sick. Because that makes me sick. The idea that they don't even, like, know who the fuck this dude is. Some incarnations probably know, but for the most part, probably not. That sounds irritating. Can you imagine you're just Link and Zelda just chilling, and then, like, you gotta deal with this whole Ganon situation, and it's just like, what? Who? Oh, like in the beginning when Zelda was like, how do you know our names? What's going on? Who is this? Who? Also, where am I going? Into the water, you said? Ace, it's right behind the tower. Oh, oops. Okay, what am I looking for? Oh. Hello. Devout swordsman who offers his prayers, hear my plea. I can no longer sense the presence of the Mother Goddess statue that dwells in the vast canyon. I would ask you to go to that land and bring tidings to me of the Mother Goddess statue. To be honest, no, I'm thinking about this game now. Oh my god, no, I don't want to be that invested. Like, I mean, I want to be invested, but I don't want to be that invested, right? Do I? Also, where's the Great Plateau? I was just here. Mount Hylia, okay. Oh, here it is, okay. Yeah, this all seems very important. It's funny. Gee. This all sure looks important now, doesn't it? Alright, maybe I can go from... I'll go from here. To the east. That's the north face of the area. Oh, here? Oh, you want to go here. Back here. Okay. Am I explaining this poorly? No, Sweet Pea. I think you're not explaining it poorly. I just think navigation is a little bit difficult to explain over text sometimes. I get it. Okay, this is the right way. Okay, so as for people who are more comfortable with Zelda lore, what is something that upsets you about it? As somebody who, or people that are more intimately like attached to it and who have played more games, is there something that you find more irritating about the overall ethos? That's a weird question to answer, but said I like, oh, like I said, the hero defeated timeline. Yeah, I wonder why they made it third. I feel like having a let's just get this over with kind of perspective is a little funny to have. And I haven't even played all the games. It just sounds exhausting because when did all this Zelda lore start? What year was it? Is this the right place? No. I mean, it is the Great Plateau. That's good. Sorry, Sweet Pea. I've decided the best way to play Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom is just to ignore any sort of lore and just have fun exploring. Korok, thank you. Oh, I'm so sorry, sweetie. Oh. Okay, now where's the... This is the Great Plateau, which is great, but where's the rest? Where's the... Oh, there it is. Okay. Where's the flavor? What's the goal here? The goal here is to do this goddess statue quest that you're telling me about? Wait. Is that where it wants me to go? There is something to do here? Okay, then what is it? I'll go do it. Great to know that this game fucked up all the lore. And it's because of what I think it is. Because that kind of sounds fucking stupid, by the way. That kind of sounds like there's a paradox kind of thing going on. And I don't even know what to think about that after all of this. I think that sounds so silly, but I could be wrong. I mean, who knows? I just started playing, so... Under the ice waterfall, there's a shrine. On your left. Oh, okay. You know what, bitch? Hmm. Age of Calamity was advertised as a prequel to Breath of the Wild, but it ended up being completely different. Oh. Oh, what? Oh. Oh. Y'all, ugh. Why? Why? Why would you do that? Okay, sure. Oh my god, fire and water. Oh, okay. This game's annoying. Oh, wait a minute. Like, okay, do I regret looking up lore? Maybe a little bit. It's fine. Who cares? Oh, lore. Oh, continuity. All the things. Oh my god. The way you watched everything just to become more confused. Okay, I'm glad that I understand better, and I wonder if it's one of those things where do you just understand the Zelda timeline from playing all the Zelda games naturally and cohesively better than what a video could explain it? Or does the game not really explain it well either? I've become a lore hater. It's something. It's something. Oh my god. Oh, I get it, because it would just burn to death. Right, okay. huh. No, 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 no. How can I help you? Oh, nice. I know it's. Why am I schmoothing like this? What do you mean? It's the. Well, if you wear the stealth tights that you get from, where is this, Kakariko Village? You get a stealth speed up boost at night. Yeah, that's what's happening. Yep, yep. Exactly. Okay, so what's going on here? Fire doesn't conduct wood, so what's going on here? I have to protect myself, so I gotta grab this again. You really just have to understand the velocity of Link. Yeah, 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 yeah. I have no memory of the shrine. It's a nice shrine, actually. I kind of like this one. Oh. Oh, am I not supposed to? Can I not climb the... Hello? What? Would you be able to TP this sheet with the Thunder Helm? Oh, that would be awesome if I had it. Okay, how's about this? Is this better for you? Yes, thank you. What the? I'm sorry, what? Oh, I see. I guess I'm just dead. No, I wanted to... Fuck. There's a metal box under the crate, so why don't I... Oh, I see. I still don't want to do it right, because I'm, lazy, but it's okay. Yeah, I know. Just let me... Okay! Jeez, fine. Okay, fine, here. Put this away, since you gotta do it right. Ugh. Whatever. Get away from me. Okay, take this out. Yes. Link, I am so sorry, sweetie. Oh my god, I am just so sorry. I am so sorry. I'm trying, baby. Like, I promise. Your speed? I know. Okay, now what? Oh, I get it. Oh, okay, yes. Okay, yes, the sense it makes. Okay, all right, okay. Right. Of course. Okay, yeah, I got it now. Oh my... Link, I'm so sorry. Like, I promise you this isn't on purpose. I promise. What happened to the box? Well, it's too bad. Why did I even need the box in the first place? Now I think about it. What? Wait a minute. What? And where's the chest? Oops. What is this supposed to be? Oh, okay, cool. In the water? Oh, it could be. Yeah, let's take a look. Oh, what was this? I'm sorry, what? 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 And what is this? Then where is the... It's not up there. Wish you would not do that. I really wish you would never do that again. It's behind you. It's behind me. It's on a ledge. Oh my fucking god. Overthinking with Ace to the Third. I really should host my own show. Can we get this shrine over with? I feel that way about every single shrine I go to. There's like one super fun one that I There was one super fun one that I played, where you get to fly around and go over like a pool of lava, and that's really fun. But yeah. I have a love-hate relationship with every shrine. For me, it's always like, once I get the gimmick, I'm like, okay, can I just be done? Because for me, I want to get all the chests, and boy, like, is it a bitch to collect them sometimes. Most of the time, I just can't fucking find them sometimes. Okay, so I'm still not high enough. Okay, cool. So I yet and still need to find some way to get up here. Using the wood block. Right. You know, you can recall this thing you're standing on, right? Yeah, I just tend to forget that, actually. So sad he killed the Natasha alert. Did we actually like the Natasha alert? Are you crazy? Oh my god. Oh my. May I offer a suggestion? No. Heart. No heart. Is your brain fried right now? I feel like I've gotten this far. I might as well just fucking do the rest. At this point. Don't fucking... Are you... Whew. What even happened? Like, what is this? What are your top 5 games of the year so far? Do I even have very many choices right now? I suppose it's Engage. It's probably going to be my game of the year. Almost unquestionably. And then there was Future Redeemed, which is probably 2. This game, which is 3. I mean, what other options are there? I feel like there's a Steam game. Oh, Legacy Collection. Okay, Legacy Collection was probably 1 for me. And then, what else? And then, let's see. What else came out this year? Can I just walk across? Okay, thank God. Spare rocket shields? Yeah, it'd be nice. Does anyone know where you can even find rockets? I'll find them later. The fun part is that Ace, I have a suggestion. What is it, Ace? What is your suggestion? Why don't we use brain cells, right? Why don't we use brain cells? Why don't we walk up to the edge and use the Ultra Hand to push it across so I can fucking put it there and then walk across and then pick it up again? Where are the brain cells? Woo! Okay, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. I did my best. I have no regrets. Oh my god, you fat bitch. Holy shit. Game of the year. Oh. Game of the year. Yes. Game of the year. Yes. Love it. Ooh. Oh, wow. The Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom. Oh my god. That was such a breeze. Wait, where's the... Oh, sweetie, it's not that cold. You'll be okay. Like, you'll be fine. Don't worry about it. Here. You good? Ooh. Ice water kills you? See, the question is why, though. I drink ice water. Hypothermia? Yeah, probably. Another one of these? Cold protection, hypothermia immunity. Good point. There should be a shrine. There should be a house south of the Temple of Time Ruins. Oh, no. Okay. All right. Am I finally back in civilization? Oh, thank God. Brooklyn. Okay, cool. All right. Now, there should be a house that's south of the Temple of Time Ruins. I need another blood moon. Oh my God. I'm actually kind of really wanting a blood moon now so I can cook. I'm actually out of hasten ingredients. Hello, bitch. Wait a minute. No, I don't want to actually fight them because you know something about the hooded thingies. Who is that? Well, whoever it is, I'm gonna need them. So, let's stop everything yet again, right? No, let me go to here first. Like, you said there's a house here somewhere. No, actually, you know what? I'll just do it. Like, let me just get it out of the way since I see it. Where did it go? Yep. Oh, then that's easy. Yeah, absolutely. This is Thunder. Yeah, this is Thunder guy, I think. Yeah. That's lightning? Yeah, I'll be fine. Unless I need shock resistance to even be close to this, which I'm assuming I don't. The ice one is the most chill. He doesn't launch any projectiles. I thought it did. Okay, yeah, sure. I think if you stand on its head, though, it gives you unbearable cold. There you are. Okay. All right, let's do some dental work, bitch. Let's take a look. And you know what I see? Where are the teeth at? Exactly. Cavities. Cavities. Wait, that's not a mouth. No! Oh, no. I mean, I do need this at some point, but that's not what yeah. That's not what I came here for. I didn't even know they had horns. Oh my god, there's so many body parts. What? Since when do dragons have body parts? Huh? They're fictional. I wonder if these were people at some point. All right, where's your mouth? You better not. That's what I'm looking for. That's the good stuff. Okay. You gotta collect the scales, the claws, the talons. Huh? The talons, the fangs, the horns, Ooh. Do I know? I'll just go do the shrine that it senses here. Is this the correct way? Oh. The spike shards, yeah, okay, those are easy, yeah, because they infinite respawn, but like... Ugh, excuse me, okay. Scott, have you done Gerudo? Oh, Goron? You've done neither. So can you hurry the fuck up and do them so I can do them on stream while you're here? Or no? I'll do Gerudo next. Thank God. Oof. Because you're holding up the show, right? Our progress is dictated by your pace. And if you slow down, it slows down for everybody. So... I would get to it. I don't know. This looks familiar. One of these cool side quests. You really just found these? Because some of these are very specific. I guess if you're just exploring everywhere, right? There's a lot to do here. I wonder if there was teams involved with like, you're going to make a certain amount of quests, and you're going to make a certain amount of quests, and then they all just put them all together. Sweet, are you hot? Here, I got you. Don't worry. Now, can I autosave this? Oh, cool. Now can I save it? Okay, what we're not going to do is actually save this ugly. Hold on, wait. Wait, actually, no, it's not bad. Oh, yeah, it's actually not bad, yeah. Okay, now where's my rock? Rock? I can be my Yiga set. Now, what does that even do? I wonder if it gives you, like, speed up or something. Oh, you know what I need? Oh my god, you know what would make this perfect? If I have one. Do I have a controller? Steering stick, yes! It's stealth up. Okay, clear. Cool. Oh my god. Oh, y'all can't even hear the game because I turned it down. Oh my god, oops. Ugh. Oh my god. Oh my god. Ooh. Ooh. Just like Mario Kart. Right. Shout no jump, please. Nice. These ghetto little cards. I love it so much. It's my favorite. I love this game. Okay, now, is this a free shrine? I love all the free shrines in this game. It is, like, if I walk into the shrine and I see no puzzle and it's just, you get a free thing, I am going to jump for joy. I am jumping for joy. I am so about this. This is so nice. Like, it's everything. This is the best. Because the shrine is getting the rock. You know what I mean? Like, getting the rock itself is the task to do. So now that you got that done, you don't have to worry about it. It's the best. It's just simply the best. Longsword. I think longswords are doo-doo. I don't like them at all. I think they're horrible. Unfortunately, you have to pick these up, so oh well. Long swords just have way too many frames for the power to not even be that much marginally different, please. I'd much rather go do right. You have freedom when it comes to the rocks because you can actually make Zonai devices and you can do it the way that you want to, rather than the puzzles that you don't have any liberty of doing the things that you want to, except within the confines within the puzzle, which give you a lot less options. I guess you can smash them too. They have a place. They have value. No, let me go back here. I have more energy wells now. You know, I just recognized because I wasn't reading. I wasn't reading before, but I know how to get more of those now. I always just ate batteries, but I didn't know you could actually increase the amount of things that you got. Now that I have it on my mind, I probably should do it now. The Crystal Refinery. Fixing the Zelda timeline. A video about that. You know, I'd love to watch that. Y'all want to listen to that? Fixing the Zelda timeline. That kind of sounds like fun. Oh, that's a lot of... Ooh. Nice, how sweet. Thank you. Sup, sup. Hey, chicken, good to see you. Oh, nice. That's super cool. Oh. Okay, I kind of want to see this. Let's put it on. Did you do the Spirit Temple yet? No.
The Zelda timeline,
I don't even know what
one of the
that
most
is.
controversial topics of the Zelda series, has been a subject of debate since the early days of the franchise. For many years, fans from across the world have tried to piece together their own versions of the timeline, based on their own interpretations, trying to make a cohesive story by stitching together the games, often resulting in lengthy debates and disagreements. With the release of Hyrule Historia, Nintendo revealed a timeline of events where they placed the games in a chronological order which, rather than end the debates, fueled them even more, as much of the information within the books, as well as the placements of the games within the timeline, were, to many, wrong and contradictory to the established lore in the games and their manuals, while others accepted the
Really? See, that's because y'all aren't stupid. Because if it didn't make sense, then it didn't make sense. I'm glad people called it out. Good.
timeline as the definitive chronology of the series. Things only worsened with the release of Hyrule Encyclopedia, where two games swapped places with one another, those being Link's Awakening and the Oracle duology, sparking even more debates on the true placement of the Oracle games. However, the writers of the book mention that the timeline is subject to changes, and as new discoveries are uncovered, the timeline may change completely once again. Hyrule Encyclopedia even states that where necessary, the writers of the books added their own interpretations and expanded upon the game's stories, and that events described here are subject to revision. In fact, Aonuma himself has stated that while they have released a timeline, they rather move from it as it limits their creativity.
What did you just say to me?
In fact, Aonuma himself has stated that while they have released a timeline, they rather move from it as it limits their creativity.
Then why did you... Then why... Then why did you create the timeline in the first place? Did I miss something? Then why make it in the first place? Okay.
And he's of the opinion that it's up to the players to debate and imagine the order of events. Which brings us...
No. Now, come on, man. Don't do that. That's such a lame cop-out. Like... Oh, no. I don't like that. Just leave it to the players. It's up to their imagination. That is just so... Oh, come on. Okay. Just say you didn't think about it at first and then move on. Like, come on. I'm throwing tomatoes. Yeah, me too. Okay. Leave it to the player's interpretation. Right.
It's up to the players to debate and imagine the order.
Debate and imagine.
Which brings us to today's video. Joined by Lorena Historian, and with the help and research of Instrutilus, we believe to have crafted the ultimate Zelda timeline, using in-game information, as well as developer interviews and the manuals of the games. A timeline which fixes every inconsistency and errors presented in Hyrule Historia and Hyrule Encyclopedia that contradict the games themselves.
I'm sorry. The official Historia and Encyclopedia has contradictions in it? What? There's contradictions in it. Okay. All right. Okay.
Encyclopedia that contradict the games themselves.
Yep. Yep. That makes sense. Yep. Okay.
In order to begin, the best way to put together the timeline of events of the games is to start at the beginning. Not chronologically, but in order of release. But we're going to structure this video in a very specific way, in order to better explain this timeline. First, the mainline games. Those that aren't direct sequels to the games in the series, like The Adventure of Link being the sequel to the original Legend of Zelda, Link's Awakening being the sequel to A Link to the Past, Majora's Mask being the sequel to Ocarina of Time, or Phantom Hourglass being the direct sequel to Wind Waker. And also the Balancing Conflicts, those that take place between the games, only mentioned but never played through, like the Triforce War, the Great Flood, or the Steel War. Secondly, the direct sequels, those that we know take place after the mainline games as direct continuations, oftentimes having the same hero, as well as the Balancing Conflicts. Thirdly, the Oracle subseries, developed by Capcom. And finally, the Four Swords trilogy and the Balancing Conflicts, developed by Capcom and Nintendo. With that out of the way, let's begin with the video.
On February 21st, 1986, Nintendo released the first game of the series we would come to know as The Legend of Zelda. The premise of the game, while simple, laid the foundations of the future games to come. It established the Kingdom of Hyrule, the evil boar-like Demon King Ganon as the main antagonist, the green-clad Link as the hero of Hyrule, Zelda as the princess of the kingdom, Impa as her caretaker, and two pieces of the Triforce. The Triforce of Power, stolen by Ganon when he invaded the small kingdom of Hyrule before the game's events, and the Triforce of Wisdom, divided by Zelda into 8 fragments hidden within perilous labyrinths that Link would have to traverse throughout his quest to find. The timeline would therefore consist of 2 major events, Ganon's invasion and Link's quest to obtain the Triforce and save Princess Zelda.
A Link to the Past, known in Japan as Triforce of the Gods, released on November 21st, 1991. This game was set long before the original Legend of Zelda, in an era where Hyrule was still one country, although how far back was not known at the time. As the game took place during the era when Hyrule was still one country, it is believed that early in development, this game would have been telling the events around the time of the King of Hyrule who hid the Triforce of Courage before the events of the Adventure of Link, as Aghanim, the antagonist of the game, closely resembled the magician described in the manual of the Adventure of Link. However, this idea would later evolve into its own story, with those events told in the manual of the Adventure of Link taking place an unknown amount of time later.
Okay.
It is in this game that the lore was finally beginning to be set in place.
Okay.
We learned of the creation of Hyrule by the 3 gods of power, wisdom, and courage, and how it was they who created the Triforce, a set of 3 triangles which upheld the order of the world, which could grant any wish to whomever laid their hands upon it. We learned of the origin of Ganon, once being a man named Ganondorf, the leader of a band of thieves who found by accident the entrance to the home of the Triforce, the Sacred Realm, and took control of the full Triforce, becoming the Demon King Ganon upon making a wish unto the Sacred Relic. We learned of the sealing war between Ganon's forces and the combined strength of the Sages and the Knights of Hyrule, that took place centuries before the events of A Link to the Past, leading to Ganondorf's banishment to the now corrupted Sacred Realm, the Dark World, and of a sacred blade known as the Master Sword, created long ago by the people of Hyrule to protect the Triforce.
I thought it was the goddess that made the the Master Sword. What the fuck? I thought it was the goddess that made the Master Sword. What?
From those who want to kidnap it, enshrined deep within the mysterious Lost Woods, said to only be wielded by a hero descended from the Knight's clan, a hero which the sages looked for to aid in the struggle to no avail. The timeline would then look like so, with the events of A Link to the Past taking place long before The Legend of Zelda, with the Sealing War taking place centuries before A Link to the Past, Ganondorf obtaining the Triforce sometime before the Sealing War, the creation of the Master Sword an unknown time before the Sealing War, and the creation of the world and the Triforce at the hands of the gods.
Okay, cool. That makes sense. Creation of the world, creation of the Master Sword, Ganondorf gets the complete Triforce, and then the Sealing War happens. What was the Sealing War? Sealing War Zelda. The Imprisoning War. Downfall timeline. Oh my god, please. Let's see. The Sealing War. What is this supposed to be? The Imprisoning War. Okay. The Imprisoning War refers to two separate events. One is part of the Link to the Past. The other is part of Tears of the Kingdom. Okay. So I shouldn't look at this then. Fascinating. If it's what I think it is, then essentially it's the put Ganon away.
Ocarina of Time, released on November 21st, 1998, was described to be a prequel to The Legend of Zelda: A Link to the Past. However, complications arose when comparing the story of both games. You see, early on in Ocarina of Time's development, the game's story went through numerous changes. The project originally began as a 3D remake of The Adventure of Link, using the same engine used for Super Mario 64.
Really?
However, the idea soon changed instead to a sequel to The Adventure of Link, which quickly evolved to become a prequel of A Link to the Past, said to focus on the events of the Imprisoning War detailed in the game's manual. This was known as Zelda 64, and while similar to the game we have today, it had many glaring differences which closely tied it to A Link to the Past, such as how the Zora were originally going to look and act more like the ones from the previous games, before they decided Ruto would be a sage and a friendly NPC, or how Ganondorf would be in his demon form throughout the future portion of the game. However, as development progressed, the original idea to have this game tell the story of the Imprisoning War soon began to shift, and many elements drastically changed to where they contradicted the events established by A Link to the Past backstory, to the point that they wouldn't be able to even be the same conflict. Yet, while they're different, they retained the influence and similarities of that conflict.
In the manual of A Link to the Past, it was revealed that Ganondorf and his band of thieves opened the entrance to the Sacred Land by accident, and began to fight each other as they raced towards the Sacred Relic. After Ganondorf slaughtered them all, he touched the Triforce with his blood-stained hands, and made a wish, transforming into the Demon King Ganon, and twisting the Sacred Realm into the Dark World.
Really? Oh, that's crazy.
Thus obtaining the Triforce. There he stayed, slowly luring greedy people with his power, and transforming them into demons to build an army to one day invade Hyrule. However, in Ocarina of Time, this plays out vastly different. Ganondorf is revealed to be the king of the Gerudo, said to be a race of thieves, which correlates to the manual. However, Ganondorf isn't the one who opens the entrance to the Sacred Realm, but rather the hero of Time, after he carefully manipulated the boy into pulling the Master Sword. Thus, it wasn't found by accident. In fact, Ganondorf had the knowledge on how to open the gateway to the Sacred Land, as he was actively seeking out the spiritual stones guarded by the three races of the world, as well as Princess Zelda, who guarded the Ocarina of Time, instruments needed to open the Gate of Time. Once Ganondorf entered the Sacred Realm, which appears to be by himself, he finds the Triforce. However, instead of obtaining the full relic, It splits into 3 pieces due to his unbalanced heart. The Triforce of Power remained with the power-hungry Ganondorf, and the other 2 pieces, those being the Triforce of Wisdom and the Triforce of Courage, came into the possession of those chosen by destiny, the wise Princess Zelda of Hyrule, and the courageous hero of time, Link. While the Sacred Realm became a world of evil as described by Rauru, with the only entrance saved from the corruption being the Temple of...
That's Rauru? Oh, what a glow up. Are you crazy? This is the king of... That is the... Okay.
Light. Ganondorf used the Triforce of Power to take over Hyrule during the 7 years the Hero of Time remained in stasis after pulling the Master Sword, rather than remaining within the Sacred Realm to grow an army of demons and later invade Hyrule, resulting in the Sealing War. The Manual of A Link to the Past mentions that, after Ganondorf obtained the Triforce, many sinister things began to occur, and when Ganondorf invaded Hyrule and attacked the Royal Palace, the King of Hyrule ordered the sages to find the Master Sword and a hero to use it, but they were unsuccessful. There was no hero to wield the Master Sword and combat against Ganon. In Ocarina of Time, however, the Hero of Time, a hero who found the Master Sword and the Princess Zelda's instructions, was present, leading to Ganondorf obtaining the Triforce, and was the one who later awakened the sages and defeated the evil king, aided by the sages. Rather than the sages seeking the hero like they did in the backstory of A Link to the Past, in Ocarina of Time, it was the hero seeking the sages.
Okay.
It is possible, however, that Link existed during the Sealing War, but never awoke as a hero, instead becoming a knight of Hyrule and fighting against Ganon alongside the sages and the other knights, without wielding the Master Sword, never being recognized as the Hero of Time, instead one of the many knights of Hyrule who laid their lives to protect the kingdom. While the events of both Ocarina of Time and the backstory of A Link to the Past varied drastically, Ocarina of Time introduced new elements of lore which enhanced the story of A Link to the Past even more. The gods who created Hyrule were given names, those being Din, Nehru, and Pharaoh, with the story of creation being retold by the Great Deku Tree exactly as it was in the manual. We were introduced to the Sheikah, the race which Impa, Zelda's...
Ocarina of Time Rauru might be named after Tears of the Kingdom Rauru because the king... Because, like, king names are common? Okay.
caretaker belongs to, as well as the history of their tribe, such as how they once lived in Kakariko village, and they performed espionage and assassinations from the shadows by orders of the royal family. We were also introduced to races such as the Kokiri of the forest, protected by the Deku Tree, the Gerudo of the desert, the tribe that Ganondorf belongs to, known by Hylians as thieves and murderers, as well as the rock-like Goron.
Gee, really? Gee, really? Yeah. Thieves and murderers.
Of Death Mountain, with the line from the manual of A Link to the Past describing the graves of the mountain people, perhaps now referring to the Gorons themselves, mountain people who were completely absent in A Link to the Past, perhaps indicating that they died out. Ocarina of Time also introduced a conflict that preceded its events, known simply as a fierce war. A war waged between the many races of Hyrule, sparked for unknown reasons, which resulted in the unification of Hyrule under the Hyrulean royal family. It is during this conflict that a Hylian mother, fatally wounded, escaped from the fires of war and fled into the Kokiri forest, where she entrusted the care of her baby to the Great Deku Tree before her passing. This baby was Link, the hero of time. As Link was a baby when the war was taking place, the fierce war took
Wait a minute.
and fled into the Kokiri forest. Mother, fatally Hylian royal family. It is during this conflict that a Hylian mother, fatally wounded, escaped from the fires of war and fled into the Kokiri forest, where she...
So she wasn't a Kokirian... she wasn't a Kokirian person, but she took Link into the... Is that why Link can see the Kokiri children? Because he grew up with them? Wait, that's kind of cool. Okay.
Entrusted the care of her baby to the Great Deku Tree before her passing. This baby was Link, the hero of time.
Oh, that's why they... Oh. Okay.
As Link was a baby when the war was taking place, The fierce war took place merely a few years before Ocarina of Time. And since we have confirmation of Shigeru Miyamoto that Link was 9 years old at the start of Ocarina of Time, this means that the fierce war took place 9 years before Ocarina of Time. Because of the many changes to the story, Ocarina of Time and the continuity of A Link to the Past will be separated, with Ocarina of Time and the events of the Sealing War being parallel events to each other in their respective realities, both having similar yet different events. But Ocarina would still be a prequel to A Link to the Past, in the sense that it takes place before its events, but just on a different reality. As in Ocarina of Time, Ganondorf obtained the Triforce when Link was a child, and was sealed by Link and the Sages 7 years later. It is theoretically possible that in A Link to the Past continuity, Ganondorf, after obtaining the Triforce, waited 7 years in the Dark World as he lured people into his corrupted domain, and amassed an army of demons big enough to then launch an assault on Hyrule. And we learn that catastrophes began to befall Hyrule one by one, after Ganondorf obtained the Triforce, and before the Sealing War.
The 7 Sages? Wait, what? Are these... Oh. Wait, are these... Oh! Oh, wait! Oh, is this like the 7 Sages that, like, sealed Ganon or something? And in A Link to the Past, that's why they needed their children? So that whatever his name is, Agatha, whatever the hell his name is, can unlock Ganon? Oh, wait a minute, bitch. Wait, that's so interesting. Wait.
And launch an assault on Hyrule. And we learn that catastrophes began to befall Hyrule one by one, after Ganondorf obtained the Triforce, and before the Sealing War. This could have perfectly been 7 long years, similar events playing roughly during the same time in different timelines. There's also something interesting I'd like to point out. When developing Ocarina of Time, which was originally intended to be the Sealing War, Nintendo wanted each of the sages to be named after a town from The Adventure of Link, so that it seemed that the towns of that game were named after them. With this in mind, and all the information previously established, it is only logical to conclude that the sages who existed during the Sealing War were the same sages from Ocarina of Time, just in a different reality, despite the artwork from A Link to the Past depicting them as Hylians. Nintendo themselves made the sages different races, so this can be explained as both a retcon, as well as the people of Hyrule misremembering the events as they become legend, imagining the sages as Hylians, and only remembering them by name, not by race or appearance. In fact, in an interview with Famitsu, Shikata and Anuma revealed that sage descendants aren't necessarily blood related, instead people of Hyrule who have the aptitudes to be chosen. This, however, does not necessarily mean that sage descendants can't be blood related. They most definitely can, but they can also not be related by blood. This would mean that the maidens from A Link to the Past may not be blood descendants, but merely inherited the powers of the sages, regardless of their race. As an extra and rather obvious point, the existence of the Master Sword in Ocarina of Time means it was forged in its history's past as well. And since we aren't told any differing information in regards to its origin would be the same as in A Link to the Past manual, being created by the people of Hyrule at the request of the gods. We'll see how this origin holds out as we move forward with the timeline.
Well, that's
the
cool.
timeline up to this point would therefore look like this, with Ocarina of Time's present and future eras being parallel to Ganondorf obtaining the full Triforce and the Sealing War respectively. Therefore having the Sealing War take place 7 years after Ganondorf obtains the full Triforce. Then, the Fierce War will take place 9 years before Ocarina of Time. And the forging of the Master Sword an unknown amount of time prior to that war. And finally, the creation of the world at the hands of the Golden Goddesses. All events being parallel to one another with their distinct differences.
On December 13th, 2002, the next mainline game of the series, The Legend of Zelda: The Wind Waker, released, set several hundreds of years after the events of Ocarina of Time. The Wind Waker continues the story of the future Hyrule following the defeat of Ganondorf and Link being sent back to his own time. An unknown amount of time later, Ganondorf escaped his seal and ravaged the land of Hyrule, and as people expected the Hero of Time to save them, he didn't return.
Oh.
In their desperation, they turned to the gods for help, who answered by flooding the kingdom in an event known as the Great Flood. Centuries after this event, the survivors continued to live up on top of the once mountains of Hyrule, now islands scattered across the Great Sea, and the great kingdom of Hyrule faded into legend.
People say that because he was hanging out in Termina, I think, in Majora's Mask. Whatever that is. Okay.
The placement is clear. It's been several hundred years after the events of Ocarina of Time, but we can take this a step further and actually figure out a rough estimate of how many centuries are between the Great Flood and the Wind Waker, and the key to that lies on Windfall Island. On the peaceful island of Windfall, there's a gentleman dancing in front of a gravestone that reads, "A Great Artist, 831 to 894. This tells us that Wind Waker is set at least in the year 894. The Great Artist was the father of that dancer. So then, what was year 0? It must have been a pretty important event in Hyrule's history to be the start of its calendar, right? Well, we believe this year to be the foundation of the Kingdom of Hyrule itself, the birth of its monarchy that ruled Hyrule for years to come. Now, we played with the idea of the Great Flood being year 0, with the Hylians changing their calendars after the Great Flood. But realistically, they wouldn't change their calendars. In real life, we don't change our calendars because of devastating wars. The last time a calendar was changed was from the Julian to the Gregorian calendar, as it incorrectly counted dates. So this would mean that from the birth of Hyrule Kingdom all the way up to the Wind Waker, there has been at least 894 years.
Oh my.
As for the time between the end of Ocarina and Ganon's re-emergence, which caused the Great Flood, as the people expected the Hero of Time to return, not many years must have passed since he left. People still remembered the hero and fully expected him to return upon the return of Ganon. One would think that Daphnis Nohansen Hyrule was the king that Ganondorf pledged his loyalty to in Ocarina of Time, with Princess Zelda from Ocarina of Time being his daughter. But Ganondorf did away with the king during his takeover. Ganondorf wouldn't have let the king of Hyrule live. That's not something he does, especially if he intends on taking over the kingdom.
Right, that makes sense. Yeah, because why would you leave him alive? Doesn't make sense, because you don't want more descendants, you don't want more people stopping him, right? So that makes sense. Although this is fine, I like this.
Daphnis Nohansen Hyrule can't be the father of Princess Zelda from that era. Instead, he's most likely a descendant of Ocarina of Time Zelda. And since the people expected the hero to return, and some beings, like the Great Deku Tree, even knew him directly, it's safe to say that the flood must have taken place not long after the events of Ocarina, maybe a century later at most. As King Daphnis tells us, the gap between the Great Flood and the events of the Wind Waker are several hundred years, several being defined as more than 2, but not many. This would place a time gap between the Great Flood and Wind Waker at about 300-ish years. So, with the addition of the Wind Waker, the timeline would look like so, with the Great Flood taking place 100 or so years after Ocarina of Time, and the Wind Waker taking place about 300 years after the events of the Great Flood.
So, are we not going to talk about it? Like, are we not? Do they talk about it? And Wind Waker, do they bring attention to the fact that, hey everybody, hey gods, you know, it's just us, the people. Hey, so Ganondorf is kind of ruining everything, so could you do something about it? And they're like, oh yeah, sure, we got you. Yes, absolutely. We'll fix that right up. And they fucking flood the earth? Like, what? They flood the whole earth and kill everybody? And all those animals? I don't like these gods. I don't like these gods. These goddesses, I don't actually like them at all. I don't think they're helpful. I think this Triforce situation, why did you even add this? Why is Hylia here? Like, why are you, what? If evil happens to get the Triforce, then everything is just fucked and, well, that's just the human's fault. What is going on here? Right, sounds like a god. Yeah, right. Like, what is going on here? This sucks. Or just, I don't know, like, set your people up for success. What is going on? Drown everybody? What? Sure, yeah. That's fair, yeah, sure. Yeah. Benevolent.
On December 2nd, 2006, Nintendo released the next mainline title, The Legend of Zelda: Twilight Princess, taking place years after Ocarina of Time, only this time in a timeline where Link was sent back to by Princess Zelda at the end of Ocarina of Time.
Okay.
After being sent back in time, Link went to see the young Princess Zelda and told her of everything Ganondorf would do in the future. This conversation stopped Ganondorf's plans for Hyrule's domination and eventually led to his failed execution years later, which forced the sages to seal him away within the Twilight Realm, the world of Shadow, after Ganondorf broke free from his shackles and murdered the Sage of Water, as he, by some divine prank, had come into the possession of the Triforce of Power. This execution
What? How? Who the fuck? How did he do that? What? Okay. Alright. Dang it. I guess we didn't tie the shackles tight enough. Oh.
Execution, being years later, could perfectly be parallel to both the Sealing War, as well as the future events of Ocarina of Time, being set 7 years in the future, as all three events are characterized with Ganon being sealed away by the sages, the Seal War having the sages seal Ganon in the Dark World, the events of future Ocarina of Time having the sages seal Ganon in the Dark World, and Ganon's execution having the sages seal Ganon in the Shadow World, comparable to the Dark World. Aonuma confirmed in an interview that Twilight Princess took place canonically 100 and some years after Ocarina of Time. Not much time passed between Ocarina of Time and Twilight Princess, as the deceased king of the Zoras was confirmed to be the same King Dobon 16 from Ocarina of Time, Ruto's father, and now late husband of Queen Rutella, making Prince Rallis Princess Ruto's stepbrother. This becomes even clearer as this Zora king knew a hero during his lifetime, the Hero of Time, crafting a Zora armor to be worn by the coming hero, his successor. In Breath of the Wild, we know of Zora who are around 100 years old and they look like adults, having been children 100 years earlier. This makes sense as the Zora are long-lived, having an estimated lifespan of roughly 300 to 400 years based on information from Breath of the Wild. At around 200 years old, Zora are fully grown adults. King Zora was a fully grown adult by Ocarina of Time, so he would be at least 200 years old, perhaps older, as we learned that 100 years before the Great Calamity, King Dorephan ascended to the throne, so he must have been already an adult past 100 years when he became king.
Queen Rutella looks young during Twilight Princess. She's clearly not an elderly Zora. She's therefore much younger than the King Zora from Ocarina of Time, who has, by now, deceased of old age. The question, then, is where's Ruto? She should have been alive during Twilight Princess due to her long lifespan, yet she's completely absent, with Rutella, her stepmother, and Rallis, her stepbrother, being the only Zora royalty present. We don't think it's a coincidence that the Water Sage was murdered during Ganondorf's execution. The answer seems obvious. The sages we meet in Twilight Princess must be the same sages from Ocarina of Time, with Ruto, the Sage of Water, being brutally murdered by Ganondorf during his execution.
No.
These same people we meet in Ocarina of Time would be destined to become sages in all three timelines, just under different circumstances. For the case of the sages in the child timeline, they would likely be appointed as sages by the King of Hyrule in an official ceremony after hearing from the Hero of Time how they aided him in defeating and sealing Ganon in the future.
If Zoras live hundreds of years, does that mean an average Zora has the possibility of seeing multiple Ganondorfs? Assuming they survive for that long. I mean, that's what this sage did, right? This sage saw 2 Ganons until... Oopsie!
This would likely be done in a grand ceremony, reminiscent of the champion ceremony that we see in Breath of the Wild, where each of the sages would have been bestowed sacred gowns and masks, unifying them, garbs we would see them wearing in Twilight Princess. Also, since we know Ganondorf invaded Hyrule years later, after Link warned the royal family, and the legend of the temples was passed down by the Sheikah, which mentions that the sages would awaken when the world is ruled by evil, they would inevitably awaken, and therefore Ruto, Darunia, Nabooru, Saria, Impa, and the already Sage of Light Rauru would become the sages we see in Twilight Princess.
Oh, that's so cool! Wait a minute, that is so cool! Oh, that's so cool! Especially if they call back to this in this game. Oh, that's so cool!
Already Sage of Light Rauru would become the sages we see in Twilight Princess.
Wow.
As for A Link to the Past, we also know it took place centuries after the Sealed War, but we don't have a clear way of knowing how many. We do, however, consider it taking place after the events of Twilight Princess and the Wind Waker in its own timeline, as the Temple of Time in Twilight Princess seemed to be in a semi-ruined state, a transitional state between the Temple of Time we saw in the Ocarina of Time.
Okay, seriously?
A transitional
Hold on,
state
seriously?
Princess seemed to be...
I think he's gorgeous. I think he's gorgeous. I love this Link. Wait a minute. I think he's gorgeous. I think he's wonderful. I love this Link. Look at him. He's such a neat guy. I kind of like this. This is a nice look for him. This is good. This is good.
Be in a semi-ruined state. A transitional
nice
state
look.
between the Temple of Time we saw in the Ocarina of Time and the pedestal of the Master Sword in A Link to the Past. As we discussed previously with characters existing in all timelines, such as the sages from Ocarina of Time or the Hero of Time, only not being a hero, likely being a member of the Knights of Hyrule during the Steel War, we don't find it likely that...
Oh, that's why this is a Smash stage. Oh, this is really important. Oh my god. Oh, that's why there's a... Oh, this is...
Hero of Time.
Oh, I get it. It's important. I see why it's important. Right. And why there's a horse. Right. And I guess this bridge breaks. That bridge has a giant dragon on it now. Oh, that is so cool. What?
Likely being a member of the Knights of Hyrule during the Steel War, we don't find it likely that 2 incarnations of the hero would exist simultaneously during the same time, those being the Hero of Legend from A Link to the Past, the Hero of Twilight from Twilight Princess, and the Hero of Winds from the Wind Waker. Each would exist during their own respective time, having parallel versions of themselves in all timelines, who may or may not become heroes in their respective timelines. We also learn from the Light Spirit Lanayru.
Bro, what? What? Why the fuck is Young Link here in Smash? And not him? Young Link? Isn't Young Link just Link? Twilight Princess Link? Right? Young Link is just Twilight Princess Link, right? And then Smash 64 Link is Ocarina of Future Link. Yeah, no? Young Link is Ocarina of Time Link. Oh, okay. Well then who is Twilight Princess Link? Brawl Link. Okay, Brawl Link is Smash 64. No. I guess what I'm asking is when Zelda and okay, I don't have maybe I have this right. If Zelda sent Link back in time in Ocarina of Time, and in Twilight Princess that same Link is the one who warned the royal family of what Ganon was gonna do, and got him sealed away. Is that just, is young Link not Twilight Princess Link, or what? Like, I'm struggling a bit to understand. Like, is that not just kid version of him, or is that just somebody else? Like, who's that? Two different Links. Oh. Ocarina of Time young Link becomes a skeleton thing in Twilight Princess. Oh my god. Young Link is dead by Twilight Princess. Oh, okay. Okay. So when Zelda sends Link back in time, it's not necessarily just sending him back to being young Link. It's just sending him to wherever Twilight Princess is, right? Like, whenever that happens, right? Well, no. No, he's grown up and dead by the time Twilight Princess happens. Oh, then how does this whole thing about warning about what Ganon's gonna do and then having him sealed prematurely, where does that come from? He lives his life starting from being young Link at the temple. Young Link then walks up to young Zelda and is like, this Ganondorf guy is bad. Oh, okay. Young Link with adult Link's memories. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Ocarina of Time's events are self-contained. Okay. Okay. So, wait a minute. So then, okay. So then my question is, if Twilight Princess, or if Ocarina of Time is self-contained, right? Where did Twilight Princess Link get the information that Ganon was gonna do the bad things? Like where did he get that information from if it wasn't from the events of Ocarina of Time? How do you know? A dungeon in Twilight Princess? What, does it prophesize it? The sages tell him? Okay. Okay, so, okay, that makes more sense. Okay, that makes more sense. They're not connected. Alright, thank you. Oh, thank you so much for the Apollo. I appreciate it. Thank you.
From A Link to the Past, the hero of Twilight from Twilight Princess, and a hero of Winds from the Wind Waker. Each would exist during their own respective time, having parallel versions of themselves in all timelines, who may or may not become heroes in their respective timelines. We also learn from the Light Spirit Lanayru that long ago, a war broke out in the sacred land of Hyrule for the possession of the mystical Triforce, after rumors of its ability to grant any wish desired spread across the land like wildfire. It is then that a group of sorcerers who excelled at sorcery appeared and subdued anyone who stood in their way with the use of an artifact of their making called the Fused Stone of Shadow. The threat they posed to the kingdom was such that the gods themselves sent the light spirits to seal away their magic, and they were then chased across Hyrule and banished into the world of Shadow, where they eventually became the Twilight People.
We learned in Ocarina of Time that Rauru built the Temple of Time to protect the entrance to the Sacred Realm after it was sealed, presumably following the war. And in Twilight Princess, we also learned that the ancestors of the Hylians, also known as the Uka, built the Temple of Time, It was likely a collaborative process between this ancient race and the sages. We also learn in Twilight Princess of the prolonged wars where the Sheikah perished long ago. This is really interesting, as in Ocarina of Time, we also learn that the Sheikah were thought to have long been gone, perished in a war before Ocarina of Time, with the only known war before that period being referred to as the Fierce War, where all of Hyrule quarreled for an unknown reason, which resulted in the unification of the kingdom by its king.
It's clear, isn't it? The Fierce War and the Triforce War are the same conflict. A war that sparked when rumors of the Triforce and its powers to grant wishes began to spread. A war that was prolonged for centuries, which resulted in the eradication of the Sheikah tribe and the division of the nation. A war where a group of interlopers who excelled at sorcery rose up and attempted to use their magic to control the Sacred Realm, which resulted in their banishment to the Twilight Realm, the sealing of the Sacred Realm, and the construction of the Temple of Time by the Seven Sages, Rauru among them, with the help of the Uka, by orders of the royal family of Hyrule, with the fighting being prolonged for centuries, until the Hylian king of Ocarina of Time unified the nation under the Hylian banner. With the addition of Twilight Princess, the timeline would look like so, with Twilight Princess taking place 100 and something years after Ocarina of Time, likely being parallel to the Great Flood, with Ganondorf's invasion and failed execution taking place a century or so prior to Twilight Princess, parallel to the Sealing War and the adult era of Ocarina of Time, being sealed by the sages in a dark world in all three, with said execution taking place 7 years after the conversation between Link and Zelda, and the prolonged wars, sparking long before Ocarina of Time, which began with the Triforce War, leading to the banishment of the interlopers in the Twilight Realm, and the sealing of the Triforce in the Sacred Realm with the construction of the Temple of Time, and ending many centuries later with a fierce war, shortly before the start of Ocarina of Time, where Link was entrusted into the care of the Deku Tree by his mother, and the kingdom was unified into one country by the King of Hyrule. On December 23rd, 2009, Nintendo released The Legend of Zelda Spirit Tracks.
What in the world does Spirit Tracks have to do with this? Oh, I'm eager to hear this.
Set 100 years after the events of the Wind Waker, following the establishment of New Hyrule after they set sail to new lands.
What?
Of the original cast of characters we were introduced to in Wind Waker, only Nico, the youngest of the pirate crew, remained as an old man, with all the other characters who resembled their past iterations being their descendants. The placement of this game could not be clearer, 100 years after the Wind Waker in the adult timeline.
On November 23rd, 2011, Skyward Sword released on the...
Oh my god, that's so funny. I love it. I love the 10 seconds of Spirit Tracks. Me.
Nintendo Wii. This game is set long before the events of Ocarina of Time, where the origin of the Master Sword is explored. We learn of the goddess Hylia, a divine...
That is actually annoying as fuck. I would not be happy. Wow, did people hate Spirit Tracks? They should have. Wow, did people hate Spirit Tracks? It sounds hateable. I would not. I'd be upset with it. Basically, Zelda sends Link back into the past. As a kid, he tells Zelda about Ganon. That's kids. Wait, what? That's the kid's timeline? Okay. Zelda still remained, though, after sending Link back. And that timeline is the adult timeline. I see. Okay, where is this bitch? Okay.
Spirit who was entrusted with the care of the Triforce by the creator goddesses Din, Nehru, and Farore following the creation of the world, and how one fateful Farore force by the creator goddesses Din, Nehru, and Furor.
Din's fire, Nehru's love, and Fior's wind. That's all she can have? And then a stupid phantom from Phantom Hourglass. What? Where's the ceiling? Where's the... Huh? What? This is why they need to give her more source material, because what? Where's the rest? The Phantoms from Spirit Tracks. I see. I see. What? Fascinating. Okay.
Following the creation of the world, and how one fateful day, the earth cracked open wide, unleashing legions of demons led by the Demon King Demise, the source of all evil. This war was the earliest known conflict in Hyrule's history, the origin of the demons and evil as a whole in Hyrule, and ended with the imprisonment of Demise, and with Hylia renouncing her divinity to be reborn as a mortal to one day use the Triforce against Demise, knowing his seal would not last forever. And as no god could use the Triforce by decree of the old gods, Hylia was reborn into the first Zelda, whose family would continue in the series, carrying on the blood of the goddess, as well as using their family crest. We also learn by the end that Demise is the precursor to Ganon, who would be an incarnation of his hatred, born from the eternal curse of the demon tribe, a curse that would follow those with the blood of the goddess and the spirit of the hero.
He's 2% hot. That's
for
it.
all time. But despite Skyward Sword being the origin of the Master Sword, both A Link to the Past and Twilight Princess told us origin stories for the Master Sword before the release of this game. The manual of A Link to the Past tells us that the gods ordered the people of Hyrule to create a sword to defend the Triforce, while Zelda, in Twilight Princess, as well as the Master Sword's description, tells us it was created by the ancient sages.
Okay.
As I went over in my video the true creator of the Master Sword, I believe a set of sages existed during the time of Goddess Hylia, as evidenced by their emblems being found on the ceiling of the Temple of Hylia, surrounding a depiction of the Triforce. And it was they, being people of Hyrule, at the time the land being known as Hylia, who, by orders of Goddess Hylia, forged the Goddess Sword, which would later be tempered by the hero into the Master Sword. It is abundantly clear that this game is the earliest tale in the series, and since it details the origin of the Master Sword, which appears both in Ocarina of Time and A Link to the Past, it must come before both of them, meaning the timeline must split. However, despite the time travel events presented in Skyward Sword, there is no indication of a timeline split, even when there theoretically should be when Link defeats the reborn Demise in the long distant past. However, the present time has both the Master Sword laid to rest in the past, as well as the Triforce and the Isle of the Goddess in the sealed grounds, brought down to crush the imprisoned Demise, which shouldn't exist, as Demise was defeated and sealed within the Master Sword in the past. Despite the impossibility of the time travel in Skyward Sword, which I go into much more detail in my video about the impossible time travel in Skyward Sword, the ending of the game is a single timeline. Skyward Sword therefore cannot cause a timeline split. This means that sometime after the events of Skyward Sword, and before the events of Ocarina of Time and A Link to the Past, there must have been a timeline split stemming off from a shared history. But since we, at this point in the video, currently don't have enough information to determine what could cause such a split, Skyward Sword and its events will be placed before Ocarina of Time, with alternate events happening at the same time before A Link to the Past and the Zero War. We will reconcile these events into a unified timeline later on in the video.
On December 26, 2013, Nintendo released The Legend of Zelda: A Link Between Worlds, a sequel to A Link to the Past, its Japanese name being Triforce of the Gods 2. The game is set long after the events of A Link to the Past, and by extension Link's Awakening, featuring new incarnations of our hero and princess, with those from A Link to the Past being mentioned repeatedly by numerous characters, as well as their story being narrated through a series of paintings in Hyrule Castle, with slight alterations to the lore.
Okay.
Let's analyze the legend. This is a tale that was handed down in the Kingdom of Hyrule. A very long time ago, there were 3 sacred triangles called the Triforce located in a kingdom known as Hyrule. The Triforce is said to have been bestowed by the gods, and it is believed to grant the desires of whoever touches it. The people quarreled endlessly, trying to acquire this power. Thus, Hyrule Kingdom raged, and the royal family ruled. So, they assembled the 7 sages, who concealed the Triforce in a sacred realm.
Okay.
But the notorious thief Ganondorf exposed the location of the sacred realm and obtained the Triforce. He became the great demon king Ganon, and he intended to attack Hyrule and make it his own. Up to this point, the legend describes the events detailed in the manual of A Link to the Past, with a new addition. We now learn that the sages sealed away the Triforce in the sacred realm following a conflict for the Triforce. This was the Triforce War, the conflict we spoke of earlier when speaking of Twilight Princess, an event which we now know took place in both timelines' histories. This means the Triforce was present in the land of Hyrule before being sealed in the sacred realm, which correlates with what is said in Twilight Princess, with the war taking place in the sacred land of Hyrule, as well as the Triforce itself being in the regular realm at the end of Skyward Sword, not in the sacred realm. At the time, Hyrule fell into the hands of the great demon king Ganon, but due to the guidance of the princess, a hero arose. This segment recalls the start of the events of A Link to the Past. It's said that, by the combined power of the 7 sages and the hero, Ganon was sealed. This is where things begin to deviate slightly. For one, Ganon seemed to be destroyed at the end of A Link to the Past. The paintings within Hyrule Castle also depict 7 sages alongside Link and Zelda.
Wait, what?
This, however, is not how it was in A Link to the Past.
Yeah, what is that?
If you recall, during A Link to the Past, Zelda, alongside 6 other maidens, were the descendants of the sages.
Wait, what? I thought they all died.
Alongside 6 other maidens.
I thought the king was dead. I thought we saw King's corpse. I thought we saw the king's corpse sitting on the throne. Did he get brought back to life? I mean, okay, sure. Whatever, that's fine, yeah.
Were the descendants of the sages. However, this is a legend. The people of Hyrule heard legends of the descendants of the 7 sages, aiding a hero in sealing Ganon. But they didn't know one of these sages was actually Princess Zelda herself, nor the descendants of the sages being maidens. We also know canonically that tales passed down from mouth to mouth are the least reliable way to keep information, as told to us by Fi in Skyward Sword. History is being misremembered here. Ganon, however, could have been sealed at the end of A Link to the Past, a slight retcon, as before it was believed that he was killed by Link, although him being killed still counts as a seal, as his spirit would remain trapped in the underworld until revived. And along with Ganon's seal, the Triforce was split into 3 and put to rest. One piece together with the great demon king Ganon, one with the Hyrulean royal family, and the other one with the spirit of the hero. After Ganon is sealed, the Triforce is split. This event could take place an unknown amount of time later. We know the Triforce was together in Hyrule Castle during the events of the Oracle Games, which makes sense considering Link obtained the full Triforce from Ganon after defeating him. And it isn't until after Ganon is sealed that the Triforce is split. And as fate would have it, if one piece is with the Bearer of Wisdom and another with the Bearer of Courage, the last piece would find its way to the Bearer of Power, Ganon, even if he's sealed away. A rule of the Triforce which was established in Ocarina of Time. As for how much time passed between A Link to the Past and A Link Between Worlds, in deleted dialogue from old footage of the game, Sahasrara says that, long before my grandfather's time, and his grandfather's before him, around the time his grandfather was alive, there appeared a suspicious priest who plotted the resurrection of the Demon King, Ganon. Then, Ganon's seal was undone, and this kingdom of Hyrule was ruined.
Okay.
Even though this line was removed, the intention of the developers that the games were separated by 6 generations is clear, which would be an estimated time jump of 120 years. With the addition of the lore of A Link Between Worlds, the timeline would look like this, with A Link Between Worlds taking place 6 generations after A Link to the Past, and with the Triforce War taking place long before the events of the Seal War. Breath of the Wild, the latest entry in the series thus far, released alongside the Nintendo Switch on March 3rd, 2017. This game is set in the distant future, long after Ocarina of Time and any of the other games in the series, which by this time have all been condensed into what's known as the Era of Myth.
Okay.
100 years before the events of Breath of the Wild, a catastrophic event took place which ravaged the kingdom of Hyrule, known as the Great Calamity,
Right.
where Ganon, now transformed into a cataclysmic horror known as Calamity Ganon, returned after having last been seen 9,900 years before the Great Calamity,
Oh, wow.
10,000 years prior to the events of Breath of the Wild,
Okay.
where he was sealed by a princess with the blood of the goddess, and a hero wielding the Master Sword, aided by an army of robots known as Guardians, as well as titanic mechanical behemoths known as Divine Beasts, built by the technologically advanced Sheikah, piloted by warriors of each tribe that came to be known as champions. But rather than resealing Ganon, trying to repeat history by unearthing the technology to use it against him, Ganon instead corrupted the Guardians and the Divine Beasts, and turned them against the kingdom. From the trailers of The Secret to Breath of the Wild, we learn that Ganon was sealed deep under Hyrule Castle all this time, with Calamity Ganon and his blights merely being a phantom of Ganon, an apparition formed from his pure, concentrated hatred, a substance known as malice, after
Okay.
thousands upon thousands of years of being sealed in agonizing pain. We know for a fact that Breath of the Wild takes place an unknown amount of time after any of the games of the series, but in which timeline specifically? As stated before, it is set long after the events of Ocarina of Time. This removes the possibility of it being on the timeline where A Link to the Past and the original Legend of Zelda are located, and there's in-game evidence to support this. For one, the Sora are not monstrous in Breath of the Wild, unlike all the Sora seen in this reality. Gorons are long gone in Hyrule in this timeline, despite the Gorons thriving in Ocarina of Time's reality. We are also told of events specific to Ocarina of Time, and not A Link to the Past or any subsequent game of that timeline in Breath of the Wild. And while there is locations referencing games from that timeline, those locations would exist in both realities, and are also mere Easter eggs placed by the developers. With this timeline out of the way, we still have 2 timelines after Ocarina of Time, the child timeline and the adult timeline. Let's first look at the adult timeline. For one, the Koroks and Rito, 2 races that first appear in the Wind Waker, both being evolutions of the Kokiri and Sora respectively, show up in Breath of the Wild. The direct mentions of events in Ocarina of Time seem to reference those that took place in the adult timeline, specifically the one where Ruto awakened as a sage and aided the Hero of Time in sealing Ganon away. Unlike it happened in games from the other reality, there are locations which reference this timeline branch, like the names of the islands from Phantom Hourglass in the Lanayru wetlands, which, once again, are merely references. However, Wind Waker's story brings a clear problem to the placement of Breath of the Wild in this timeline. Hyrule was completely flooded, and not only was it flooded by the gods, the King of Hyrule later made a wish to the Triforce to completely destroy the kingdom. Hyrule, as we knew it, ceased to exist in this timeline, with a new Hyrule Kingdom being built in a completely new continent during the events of Spirit Tracks, set 100 years after the events of the Wind Waker. The Koroks in Wind Waker had a mission to plant trees across the many islands to one day unite them all. But this would not bring the old Hyrule back. Either the islands, once being the peaks of the largest mountains in Hyrule, connect, creating a new landmass somehow, or they'd have to drain the entire ocean to uncover Hyrule once again, which would affect every other kingdom and country in the world as a result, unless Hyrule, instead of actually being flooded, was sunk beneath the waves. Not only that, but the Koroks would be going against the very wish of the Triforce, and by extension the gods, by trying to unflood the kingdom itself. Breath of the Wild can't therefore take place in this timeline. This brings us to the only remaining timeline, the Child timeline, where things become much more interesting when we take a closer look. First, we have landmarks and locations that appeared in Twilight Princess directly, such as the Bridge of Hylia, a large bridge going over Lake Hylia, which was only seen in Twilight Princess.
Yeah!
All other games did not have this bridge. We even see that this bridge was rebuilt, as it is twice as large as the one we previously saw in Twilight Princess, as the lake grew in size substantially, eventually causing the collapse of the old bridge and the construction of the new one. Then we have the Arbitor's Grounds, also a location from Twilight Princess, returning in Breath of the Wild's Gerudo Desert as near ruins. This was the location where the Mirror of Twilight was once stored. Then we have Hyrule Castletown, Hyrule's capital city, which resembles the castle town we last saw in Twilight
that's
Princess,
so cool.
but larger in scale, with the same type of fountain in the middle, leading straight to the gate of Hyrule Castle, rather than a field between the castle and the town like in Ocarina of Time or the Minish Cap, or no castle town being present in A Link to the Past and its subsequent games. Sora's domain grew much larger in size, continuing developing its beautiful architecture from the last time we saw it in Twilight Princess. And Goron City continued its mining operations that we last saw the Gorons perform in Twilight Princess, with the Gorons also building metallic bridges and pathways just like how they did during the era of Twilight, the only other game besides Breath of the Wild where they did so. There is also stone monuments of various Goron figures from Goron history. We first have Daruk, the Goron champion from 100 years ago, but we also have a few others from previous games of the series, those being Darmani and the Goron eldest son from Majora's Mask,
Oh,
a
that's
game
so
taking
cool.
place in the Chell timeline following Ocarina of Time, and Goron, one of the 4 Goron elders from Twilight Princess, also in the Chell timeline. We know that these are the actual characters, as the artist himself pointed out in his ArtStation page that Nintendo sent him the posed 3D models of the characters, so he could then create the 3D sculptures of these mighty Gorons. And during the ceremony where Zelda blessed Link with the Master Sword, she indirectly mentioned Skyward Sword, Ocarina of Time, and Twilight Princess, in that order, with Daruk gripping his fist as Zelda mentioned the Embers of Twilight, likely remembering the horrific tales of the Shadow Invasion, and how the Patriarch became a terrifying flaming monster during that era. She also mentions 2 other events after this, sailing the seas and obtaining the Gold of the Gods, which are also references to the Wind Waker and A Link to the Past. But since Zelda mentions these events directly, and they seem to be in chronological order, these events of a hero sailing the sea and a hero obtaining the Triforce could be unseen events that take place after the events of Twilight Princess. As for the Rito and Koroks, Twilight Princess HD had a depiction of the Rito and the Sora together in a mural in Hyrule Castletown, meaning they came to exist sometime between Ocarina of Time and before Twilight Princess, and the Kokiri would eventually evolve into the Koroks over time, once they left the forest, as told to us by Anuma. The Koroks would simply be hiding in the world, just like how they did in the Wind Waker and Breath of the Wild due to their timid nature, hence why we don't see them in Twilight Princess. With all of that said, Breath of the Wild can only exist in one timeline, the Child timeline, long after Twilight Princess, with the Great Calamity taking place 100 years before, the Ancient Calamity 9,900 years before that, and the sealing of Ganon deep underground as seen in Breath of the Wild 2 even further back, with an unspecified amount of time between that event and the last game of the known timeline.
Okay, alright, alright, okay, this is good. Right, I get where we are now, okay. All right. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
And with Breath of the Wild covered, we conclude the mainline games. On January 14th, 1987, due to the massive success of The Legend of Zelda, Nintendo released a sequel for the game, The Adventure of Link. It is in this game they further developed the lore of Hyrule presented in The Legend of Zelda, introducing a third piece of the Triforce, the Triforce of Courage, hidden within the Great Palace by a king of old, an old relic which the game will revolve around finding. It also introduced the idea of Impa's family serving the royal family for generations, which will be further expanded upon in greater detail in games to come, and established that the Triforce was passed down within Hyrule's royal family for generations. We learn of a princess that was cursed into an eternal slumber by an evil magician in an attempt to find the whereabouts of the Triforce of Courage hidden by the king, and this tragedy would lead to all the future princesses being named Zelda. The game's manual revealed that many seasons had passed since Ganon's defeat, as well as Link now being 16 years old. It wouldn't be until the release of Ocarina of Time 3D that Shigeru Miyamoto would reveal the age of Link in the original Legend of Zelda, being that of 12 years old. This would place The Adventure of Link 4 years after the original Legend of Zelda, with the tragedy of Zelda I happening long before The Legend of Zelda, but long after A Link to the Past, as well as A Link Between Worlds.
Okay.
On June 6th, 1993, Nintendo would release Link's Awakening, a direct sequel to A Link to the Past, which followed the subsequent adventure of the same Link, after his defeat of Ganon, where he found himself stranded on the mysterious tropical island of Koholint. This happened after his ship was destroyed in a violent storm during his return journey from distant lands, where he traveled to enhance his skills to prepare for future calamities. It's here that Link would come face to face with great perils to awaken the Windfish, a deity who succumbed to the nightmares of his own mind, creating an illusory island in the seas south of Hyrule that would vanish upon his awakening. This places Link's Awakening directly after A Link to the Past.
Majora's Mask released on April 27, 2000, as a direct sequel to The Legend of Zelda: Ocarina of Time. Several months after rescuing Princess Zelda and saving the land of Hyrule, Link embarks on a personal journey to find his lost friend Navi, accidentally finding himself on the mysterious parallel world of Termina, after being ambushed by the Skull Kid wearing the titular Majora's Mask, where he learns of a terrible fate that will befall the inhabitants of the land in 3 days when the moon crashes down into Clock Town. This game set forth the beginning of a new timeline, one where Link warned the royal family of Ganondorf's plans, changing history from that point onwards, which would then lead to Ganondorf's execution years later, and the Shadow Invasion led by Sant.
Okay.
The Legend of Zelda Phantom Hourglass released on the Nintendo DS on June 23, 2007. This game is not long after the events of Wind Waker, opening with a recap of the events of the Wind Waker, likely starting a few months after they set sail to find a new land and establish the new Kingdom of Hyrule. Link and Tetra are taken into the mysterious world of the Ocean King, terrorized by the sinister ghost ship created by Bellum, a phantom demon who threatens to feed on the life force of all of the inhabitants of that world's islands. Thus, this game is set between the Wind Waker and its sequel, The Legend of Zelda: Spirit Tracks.
Two years after the release of A Link Between Worlds, on October 22nd, 2015, Nintendo revealed Triforce Heroes, a multiplayer Zelda in a similar vein to the Four Swords series, featuring 3 links.
Does it do anything?
4. The events of Triforce Heroes take place several years after A Link Between Worlds, featuring the same hero who, for unknown reasons, ventured into the kingdom of Hytopia, a land centered around fashion, where their beloved Princess Styla was cursed into a horrid tight suit by a witch from the Drablands.
Oh my god.
And so, Triforce Heroes is set a few years after the events of A Link Between Worlds, featuring the same Hyrulean hero. With this game out of the way, we end the section of the direct sequels, and we move on to the standalone Zelda titles, the Oracle series.
Where is this? Yeah, I've been looking for the statue. I still can't seem to find it, but I think I'm
On February 27th, 2001, the linked games Oracle of Seasons and Oracle of Ages were released, developed by Flagship, a subsidiary of Capcom. These games, like we've seen with Ocarina of Time, went through various changes during development, starting as a remake of the original The Legend of Zelda, with Capcom being asked to develop 6 Zelda games for the Game Boy Color, 2 based on early installments, and 4 original entries, with this idea later being reworked instead into a trilogy of games that came to be known as the Triforce series, each based on one of the pieces of the Triforce, and each focusing on a unique gameplay element, with these 3 games being linked to one another, with the player being able to choose which one to play first. However, due to the limitations of the hardware and the difficulty of coordinating the 3 games, the idea was reduced to a duology rather than a trilogy, resulting in Oracle of Seasons and Oracle of Ages, with the 3rd game, Oracle of Secrets, being cancelled. Yoshiki Okamoto, the then head of Capcom's screenwriter subsidiary Flagship, revealed in an interview that the Oracle games were intended to be set between 2 previously released Zelda games.
Okay.
And apparently, there exists an old 64 Dream magazine from Japan, a magazine which we've been trying to locate but we've, as of late, been unsuccessful, where they confirm that the Oracles are indeed a sequel to A Link to the Past, as well as a prequel to Link's Awakening, and both games support this claim. When we take a look at the manual of Link's Awakening, we learn the following. You recovered Hyrule's piece from the evil clutches of the King of Evil, Ganon. However, without time to enjoy the peace of mind you obtained, you set sail on a journey of training to prepare for new calamities. One day, when your training in foreign countries was over, you were on your way sailing back to beloved Hyrule. In the linked ending of the Oracle games, Link sets sail from Hyrule on a sailboat. We know this is from Hyrule, as we can see a castle in the distance, a castle which does not exist in Holodrum nor in present Labrina, as Ambi's palace from past Labrina no longer exists. This scene, of course, takes place after the defeat of Ganon. The boat we see at the end of the Oracle games is the very same boat we see at the start of Link's Awakening, the sprite being the exact same, only with the sails opened as he sets off, and closed when he is struggling during the violent storm at the start of Link's Awakening as he returns to Hyrule. Bosses such as Facade, Bigtail, and the forms of Ganon and Aghanim during the Shadow Nightmare final boss fight of Link's Awakening make sense, as these evil entities appeared in both A Link to the Past and the Oracle games, now returning as a reflection of Link's fears on Koholint Island. In fact, the games reused the art style and assets from Link's Awakening, incorporating enemies, characters, and events seen on both A Link to the Past and Link's Awakening. For instance, Zelda's sprite in the Oracle games is Marin's sprite but slightly altered, as a callback to when Link mistook Marin for Zelda after awakening in Koholint Island. Even the design of Link in the artwork of the Oracle games was directly based on the design from Link in A Link to the Past, with a slightly updated design using elements from the Hero of Time, which had become quite popular by then. And, interestingly enough, in the remake of Link's Awakening for Nintendo Switch, the design of Link has been updated to look identical to that of Link's design in the Oracles.
Okay.
Not only that, but the art book of Link's Awakening for Switch even has concept art of Link's shield, which depicts both the shield seen in A Link to the Past, as well as that from the Oracle games. It is undoubtedly the same Link.
What a cute little Link! Oh my god!
As well as that
what a cute little design this little dude has. Aww.
From the Oracle games. It is undoubtedly the same Link. Something similar can be seen with Hyrule Castle, which also shares the design from Ocarina of Time. Despite the fact that these 2 games can be played in any order, we can actually deduce which game would happen first. After all, one order must take place for history to continue. And we can figure this out when we look at how things change and carry over from one game to the other. While both games have similar events playing in both Link versions, such as a rematch with King Moblin, Princess Zelda arriving in each game's respective country, an encounter with Via, Zelda being captured by Twinrova, and then the boss fight against Ganon. The linked version of Oracle of Seasons, that is, Oracle of Seasons after playing Oracle of Ages, has the most substantial side quests than in the inverse order, with almost all of them continuing storylines first established in Oracle of Ages, such as Queen Ambi reuniting with her long-lost lover Kappen, or Asura traveling to Holodrum from Labrina to seek out a new home by orders of King Sora, a Goron in Holodrum uncovering the secrets of his Goron ancestors from Labrina, who happens to be the Goron Elder from Labrina, and many more examples, with even Onox, the villain of Oracle of Seasons, making a remark on how you defeated Veran, while Veran makes no remark on how you previously defeated Onox. Characters from Oracle of Seasons who show up in the linked Oracle of Ages don't continue any real story arcs established in the previous game, unlike the linked Oracle of Seasons. It is for these reasons that Oracle of Ages must take place before Oracle of Seasons. Not only does it lead to the same conclusion, the defeat of Ganon, but it concludes storylines that would not be completed in the inverse order. With all of this reasoning, the timeline would look like this: Oracle of Ages coming before Oracle of Seasons, and both games being set between A Link to the Past and before Link's Awakening.
Okay.
With these two games out of the way, we now move to the fourth and final section of the video, the Four Swords series. On March 14, 2003, Four Swords released alongside A Link to the Past for the Game Boy Advance, as a package known as A Link to the Past and Four Swords. This game, developed by Capcom, introduced Vaati as a new main antagonist to the Zelda franchise, a being who, according to the backstory of the game, once terrorized the villages of Hyrule and kidnapped many beautiful maidens until a mysterious hero wielding the titular Four Sword, a blade similar to the Master Sword with the ability to split the user into 4 identical copies of himself, sealed him within the blade, now enshrined in the Four Sword Sanctuary, built by the people of Hyrule in honor of this mysterious hero. This game centers on the escape of Vaati from his seal, who came in as Princess Zelda and takes her to his palace high atop the clouds, with Link, wielding the Four Sword, venturing to his domain and resealing him once again.
On March 18th, 2004, Nintendo released The Legend of Zelda: Four Swords Adventures, a direct sequel to the Game Boy Advance title, Four Swords. It's with this game where we really begin to deviate from the timeline placement proposed in Hyrule Historia. The Historia placed Four Swords Adventures at the end of the child timeline, after the events of Twilight Princess, with Ganon in that game supposedly being a reincarnation. A new Ganondorf born after the one in Twilight Princess died at the hands of the hero of Twilight. The idea of this Ganondorf being a reincarnation is not only contradictory to every other game in the series, as Ganon's spirit lingers in the underworld until it's brought back through some sort of ritual, such as Twinrova using the Dark Rites to bring him back, or Ganon's demons hunting Link down in the adventure of Link to use his blood to resurrect him, but the timeline placement is directly contradicted by the game itself. You see, in the prologue of Four Swords Adventures, we are retold not only the events of the mysterious hero who saved the kidnapped girls and first sealed Vaati in the Four Sword, but also the events of Four Swords itself, where Link, Princess Zelda's childhood friend, used the Four Sword, rescued her, and resealed Vaati within the Sacred Blade. We are then told that following this conflict, everyone believed that peace had returned to Hyrule, until dark clouds began covering it. During an interview with Game Informer a year later, Eiji Aonuma, the producer of the Zelda series, revealed that Four Swords was thought to be the oldest tale in the Zelda timeline at the time, placing it before Ocarina of Time, which previously held that title, with Four Swords Adventures taking place sometime after that. Four Swords Adventures simply can't take place after Twilight Princess, as shown in the Hyrule Historia, as there would have been the Hyrulean Civil War, the events of Ocarina of Time, Ganondorf's invasion, which led to his execution, and then the Shadow Invasion of the Twilight, which plunged Hyrule into perpetual darkness, with demons terrorizing its inhabitants. That is not a period of peace.
Oh.
Those are 4 separate conflicts taking place over a
Yeah,
span
get
of
him,
many
Phoenix Wright.
hundreds of years.
Link and Zelda in Forza's Adventures not only know each other from the very beginning, but they share the same designs as previously seen in Four Swords, because they are the same Link and Zelda from Four Swords. In fact, the prologue mentions the hero of the Fourth Sword by his name, Link, rather than being vague like all the other games of the series when they refer to a hero different from the current hero, which they do in the prologue with the mysterious hero who first sealed Vati many years ago. But we still have to connect these games to the others. Remember, Four Swords was the earliest story at the time, and since Four Swords Adventures is a direct sequel, it would therefore be the second earliest story at the time. Four Swords Adventures actually gives us all the information we need to properly place both games in one of the 2 branches. Ganon in Four Swords Adventures was known as the Gerudo chief Ganondorf, who ventured out of the desert to find the Great Pyramid, which stored the Dark Trident, a powerful weapon which transformed him into the evil King Ganon. In Ocarina of Time, however, the origin of Ganondorf is vastly different, and no one seems to know who he is, not even the King of Hyrule, with Princess Zelda having her suspicions. Ganon wreaks havoc in Hyrule in Four Swords Adventures. If Four Swords Adventures took place before Ocarina of Time, he would be remembered. This points towards Four Swords Adventures being before A Link to the Past, where Ganon is seen repeatedly wielding a trident in all games following A Link to the Past as his signature weapon. A weapon which gets its origin in Four Swords Adventures, as well as sharing the Blue Demon Board design as all the games in that timeline, unlike Ocarina of Time, and later Twilight Princess. If Ganon in Four Swords Adventures is in this branch, it would mean that Ganondorf in both Four Swords Adventures and Ocarina of Time would be the exact same man, just in different parallel realities, not a reincarnation as proposed in Hyrule Historia. This would also mean that Twin Rova from Oracle of Ages and Seasons will be the same Twin Rova from Ocarina of Time, but also from a parallel reality, being Ganondorf's surrogate mothers in both.
But this is only one of many pieces of evidence pointing towards Four Swords Adventures being set before the events of A Link to the Past. Not only does Four Swords Adventures serve as an origin to Ganon's trident, it also serves as an origin to both the Quake Medallion and the Bombos Medallion, 2 magical artifacts first introduced to us in A Link to the Past, which had no backstory until Four Swords Adventures, where we meet their creators, a set of mages who enchanted these medallions with their magic. Another connection between these 2 games is the 6 Shrine Maidens from Four Swords Adventures, with the 7th being Princess Zelda, just like how in A Link to the Past there were 6 maidens, with the 7th being Zelda, all being kidnapped by the main antagonist and placed in numerous dungeons across Hyrule. Speaking of Hyrule and its dungeons, the layout of Four Swords Adventures map bears a striking resemblance to the one seen in A Link to the Past. We have Hyrule Castle in the center, Death Mountain at the top, with Kakariko Village to its west, the Desert of Doubt, called the Desert of Mystery, sharing the same exact name as A Link to the Past in Japanese, being southwest, and the Eastern Temple being, well, to the east. Frozen Hyrule would therefore be where the Great Swamp, known in Japan as the Prairie Shrine, lies in A Link to the Past. And we learn in Four Swords Adventures this region of Hyrule was cursed by Ganon to be in perpetual winter, returning to its former self at the end of the game, which we see in the credits when one of the maidens in their spirit form flies over the region, seeing it filled with lakes and puddles of water, just like the region in A Link to the Past. The Light World dungeons from A Link to the Past also make a return in Four Swords Adventures,
Oh, yay!
sharing the same tile sets and assets as those used in A Link to the Past. For starters, we have the Eastern Temple, sharing the same Japanese name with the Eastern Palace from A Link to the Past, as well as its tiles and assets. The Tower of Flames, which has the same tiles as the Tower of Hera, both being located on Death Mountain. The Desert Temple, sharing the same Japanese name with the Desert Palace from A Link to the Past, and both being located in the Desert of Mystery. Four Swords Adventures also had Ganon absorbing the magic of Hyrule, such as the power of the Shrine Maidens. This draining of Hyrule's power could very well have led to the loss of the Hylian bloodline, later mentioned in A Link to the Past. Four Swords Adventures was also heavily inspired by the music and graphics of A Link to the Past, reusing many musical tracks, as well as being a perfect blend between the art style from Four Swords and that from A Link to the Past, a transitional art style between the two. with Four Swords being its prequel and A Link to the Past being its sequel. And to top things off, Four Swords for the Game Boy Advance was released alongside a re-release of A Link to the Past. In this re-release of the
really
game,
cool.
the Four Sword can be found within a secret dungeon in the Dark World, where the Four Sword is shattered into four.
At the end of Four Swords Adventures, Ganon is sealed within the Four Sword by the Maidens and Zelda. However, as we know from magical seals in the series, they don't last forever, and he who was sealed eventually breaks out. Considering Ganon entered the Second Realm and transformed it into the Dark World later down the line, it's likely that not only he broke out from the Four Sword, likely causing it to shatter into four, but that he took it into the Dark World to prevent a hero from using it against him, as by that time he would have been unaware of the existence of the Master Sword, as no hero would have faced him with it yet. Four Swords Adventures also tells us of the sealing of a dark tribe long before the events of Four Swords Adventures, who invaded Hyrule and was subsequently sealed inside the Dark Mirror. This event would take place before Four Swords Adventures, and by extension, Four Swords. Considering Aya Kyogoku wrote both Four Swords Adventures and Twilight Princess came after Four Swords Adventures, it's definitely possible that not only did Four Swords Adventures inspire the Mirror of Twilight and the Twilight, but the interlopers and this dark tribe mentioned in Four Swords Adventures may be one and the same. Four Swords had a dark tribe who invaded Hyrule and was sealed within a dark mirror. And Twilight Princess also had a dark tribe who invaded Hyrule during the Triforce War and was sealed within a shadow mirror. These events are clearly parallel to one another, and as we know there was a Triforce War canonically mentioned in A Link Between Worlds, this invasion would have taken place during the Triforce War. We believe this event to take place after Vati's sealing, parallel to the Triforce War from the other reality. The main difference being that in the timeline of Four Swords Adventures, the war would end much sooner, and not—
This game... this game's got some kick to it. For this timeline, jeez. Oh my goodness. And yes, I did talk to Impa.
not be prolonged. We even meet Keipora Gaibora during Four Swords Adventures, a character which was very much alive during the events of the Triforce War and Ocarina of Time. With all this out of the way, the timeline will look like this, with Four Swords Adventures taking place immediately after the events of Four Swords, and centuries before the events of the Imprisoning War, with the Triforce War taking place in the centuries between the sealing of Vati and the events of Four Swords, being parallel to the Triforce War of the Ocarina of Time reality.
On January 10th, 2005, The Legend of Zelda: The Minish Cap was released on the Game Boy Advance as a prequel to Four Swords, serving as the first game in the Four Swords trilogy chronologically, going over the origin of the Four Sword, once known as the Picori Blade, as well as that of the Wind Mage Vati, once a member of the tiny Picori race, now transformed into a demon. We learn of the origin of the Palace of Winds, the previously established home of the Wind Mage Vati during Four Swords and Four Swords Adventures, now revealed to have been built by the enigmatic Wind Tribe, a tribe who built many technological constructs with the help of the Picori and, after mastering the winds, raised their Palace of Winds and began living high above the clouds.
We also learn of a conflict that took place long before the events of the game, where a Hylian that came to be known as the Hero of Men, wielding the Picori Blade and the sacred golden light of the Force handed to him by the Picori in their hour of need, sealed away the monsters that plagued the land within a chest, in a conflict that has been dubbed the War of the Bound Chest. One thing to note is the similarities between the Wind Tribe from the Minish Cap and the Uka from Twilight Princess, both being technologically advanced tribes adept in magic, who had close relationships with the royal family of Hyrule, and who long ago raised their civilizations to the skies of Hyrule. It may be possible that, just like how the Interlopers and the Dark Tribe from Four Swords Adventures may be the same tribe, that the Wind Tribe and Uka may also be the same. We learn from Shad in Twilight Princess that the Uka raised their civilization with the birth of the Hylian people, which rather than being the actual race, that being human, as clearly seen in Skyward Sword, he refers instead to the Hylian culture, born with the establishment of the Kingdom of Hyrule, whom the Uka had a part in creating. Thus, if the Uka and the Wind Tribe are the same tribes, or parallel, they will have reasoned with the establishment of Hyrule Kingdom, which may or may not have been during the rule of King Gustav, the deceased king we meet in the Minish Cap, who was close friends with the Wind Tribe. With the Minish Cap, the timeline will look like so, with the Minish Cap taking place sometimes after the events of Four Swords, and the War of the Bound Chest taking place centuries before the
Sorry,
Minish
Scott, my
Cap.
bad. Okay, now put them
With
together.
this game, we've covered all the main games of the series. As we have them right now, these two realities could, in theory, exist separately, sorting the games nicely into the 2D and 3D titles respectively, with an unseen origin of the Master Sword parallel to Skyward Sword taking place in a Link to the Past reality. And while this is theoretically possible, we believe that the creation story and the events of Skyward Sword are a shared point in each of both realities' histories, so there must be a timeline split sometime after Skyward Sword. To try and fit A Link to the Past and the older games into the timeline and attempt to solve this circumstance, Hyrule Historia proposed an imaginary event where the hero of time from Ocarina of Time had to die during the final confrontation with the Demon King Ganon in order for an entire timeline branch to come into existence. However, there was no evidence in-game that that would ever happen, nor any in-game cutscene that showed this, yet alone all the contradictions that the story of Ocarina of Time presented in regards to the backstory of A Link to the Past we've mentioned earlier in the video. However, we do have a game that has a canonical cutscene that could create a new timeline branch, a branch where Link would canonically fail to save Princess Zelda, and that is, believe it or not, the Minish Cap. In Dark Hyrule Castle, the final dungeon of the game taken over by Vaati, as you climb your way towards the highest tower of the palace, a bell begins to toll. Link has to reach Vaati before the bell tolls 3 times, which leads to the final battle and subsequent defeat of Vaati, saving Princess Zelda and the end credits. However, if you fail to reach Vaati before the 3rd bell tolls, Vaati proceeds to drain Zelda's force from her, becoming unstoppable. This, unlike the proposed defeat of the Hero of Time in Hyrule Historia, is a real, sing bad ending. And if we use this, we can link both the reality of A Link to the Past and the reality of Ocarina of Time to the Minish Cap, with the timeline split being both the true and bad endings of the game. The true ending would lead to Vaati being completely destroyed, and with Vaati dead in this branch, there would be no more conflicts with the Wind Mage, and the next game in this timeline would be Ocarina of Time, thousands of years in the future. The bad ending, however, would instead lead to Vaati, now too powerful to be destroyed, being sealed within the Four Sword after he rampages across the land of Hyrule, terrorizing its citizens and kidnapping beautiful maidens, an event we learn of in both Four Swords and Four Swords Adventures, with that mysterious unknown hero perhaps being the hero of the Minish from the Minish Cap himself. From there, Four Swords, Four Swords Adventures, A Link to the Past.
Have you noticed that there's 7 of these? There's 7 of these things.
And all the subsequent games will continue on. As a side note, we would also like to mention a similar...
Are these the 7 stages? Oh, wow. Is that why they're different sizes or something? Oh, cool.
A bad ending that exists in Skyward Sword, where the imprisoned reaches the Sealed Temple, which will lead to the Sealed One devouring Hylia's soul from Zelda, reviving the Demon King Demise, and resulting in the end of the world, the ultimate calamity, where, as the All Impa says, all is lost. This sort of bad endings exist in more games than one, such as Termina being destroyed by the moon in Majora's Mask, offering alternative outcomes which are unfavorable to the hero and Hyrule as a whole, thus leading to a game over. But the world's history will continue on past what we see, under the rule of evil, whether permanent or temporary. As mentioned previously, the Triforce War would take place between the events of Vaati's sealing and Four Swords. Before the Minish Cap, aside from the War of the Bound Chest, there was no mention of the Triforce or a war of catastrophic proportions like the Triforce War. By then, the Triforce was hidden elsewhere in Hyrule, under the protection of the royal family of Hyrule. We know that the Triforce War began once rumors of the existence of the Triforce and its power to grant wishes spread across the kingdom. In the Minish Cap, Vaati was searching for the Force, a power very similar to the Triforce handed to the people of Hyrule by the Picori. Vati impersonated the king of Hyrule and ordered the soldiers to search across the kingdom for this force. Couldn't it be possible that this search would spark the discovery of the Triforce, and by extension the Triforce War? If this is true, then Vati, regardless of him being sealed or destroyed, would be the one responsible for kickstarting the Triforce War, one of the bloodiest conflicts in Hyrule's history.
Oh wow, really?
Which we now establish takes place in both realities, which would share the events of the Minish Cap in their history. With this said, the final version of the timeline will look like so, starting with the creation of Hyrule, followed by an era of peace and technological advancements until the Miser's invasion and his imprisonment, leading to Skyward Sword and the creation of the Master Sword, the establishment of Hyrule, and then the events of the War of the Bound Chest and the Minish Cap. It is here, depending on which ending you obtain, that the timeline splits in two. The bad ending leading to Vati being sealed in a Full Sword, followed by Forces and Forces Adventures, continued by the Sealing War, A Link to the Past, and its sequels, the Oracle Games and Link's Awakening, the Larulan invasion centuries later during A Link Between Worlds, followed by its sequel Triforce Heroes, ending with the original Legend of Zelda and the Adventure of Link, and then the good ending, where Vati will be completely destroyed, leading straight to Ocarina of Time, from which two new branches would come into existence. The adult timeline, continuing the events of the Hyrule abandoned by the Hero of Time, leading to the Great Flood and the events of the Wind Waker, Phantom Hourglass, and Spirit Tracks, and the child timeline, where Link was sent back in time to relive his childhood, and where he warned Princess Zelda of Ganondorf's future plans before setting off to find Navi, leading into Majora's Mask, changing history and resulting in the Gerudo King's failed execution and banishment to the Twilight Realm, leading to Twilight Princess. And at the very end, many eons in the child timeline's future, leading to Twilight Princess. And at the very end, many eons in the child timeline's future, the many conflicts with Calamity Ganon, and the events of Breath of the
Oh, so we're on the Unity timeline. Oh. Okay, yeah, or yeah, okay, I get, okay. We're in the, okay.
Wild.
That's why Princess timeline. Okay,
and that was our interpretation of the timeline explained. A huge thank you to both Larulan historian and Stratilus for helping me with this video.
Wow.
It wouldn't have been possible without their help and ideas. We've had lengthy discussions on the timeline's placements, and it was they who came up with most of the game's placements and the split.
What a nice little video that was. Oh my goodness. Jeez. That must have taken a ridiculous amount of work. You know, isn't it kind of sad though that like fans have to go through all that to make sense of the timeline? Like, are you for real? Like, seriously, bro? Wait, am I missing one? Wait, how is this laid out? How is this laid out, girl? Like, what's going on? Okay, I get it now. Okay. Oh, I see how this works now. Oh. There's one back there. And there's one above it, somewhere over here in Gerudo. Oh. Right. Then there's the 9, then there's a switch. A sword. A building. And then there's one up here. And then there's one over here. Oh, well that's neat. Okay. Ooh, the video. Oh, oop, my bad. I think I got everything. Because how many do I have right now? Let me take a look. I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 9, 10. I'm missing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5? I'm missing 5? Really? Well, how many of these are there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. There's 11 of these. And on my map, I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So I'm only missing 1. Where are the rest of them? Oh, maybe these are like the sages. Yeah, those are probably story quests. Yeah. That's a good point. Right, okay. So it should be on the left side of the map here? Okay. Wait, there it is. Wait, what? Oh my god, that was fast. I can make this, right? Oh, there's a shrine there too. I really wish I organized these better. If I was a better organizer, I'd be so... Ugh. It'd be so seamless. Okay, I have to go back. Not right now. I basically want to do this and I want to stop. Because then I want to focus specifically on Gerudo and on Goron stuff the next time I stream. I'm imagining the tears near Sonia's face. Give me my seed, please. Oh, okay. Seed? sorry. Ooh. Do you know where the Yu-Gi-Oh quest is? I could probably find it, yeah. This donk the child. It was my bad. My bad. Oops. Okay, now where's this bitch? I am looking for... Well, that's her eye. It's not here? Well, where the hell would it be? If it's not on her eye. On her hand? Oh, it probably would be where her, swirly swirl is. But let me try hands first. Was this on her butt? Where is it? Oh, there it is. Now let me see, Sonia. What's going on?
Are you well? You seem a bit distracted.
I apologize. I keep getting lost in my thoughts, thinking about how I can return home. With your power over time, if I were able to learn that kind of control, I might be one step closer to my era.
I see. The secret is to think of it like drawing out the object's memory. You ask the object where it was, how it arrived where it is now, and then you coax it back to that original moment in time.
The object's memory.
I'm sure it will become almost like second nature, and you will be able to find your way home. But Zelda, there is more on your mind than just that.
Huh?
You, of course, do want to get back to your time. But you also desperately want to help us out in this era. Am I close to the truth?
How did you know?
I do not believe it is possible to keep anything secret from Sonia.
Oh, your concern is very sweet, Zelda.
Oh.
But listen, you can focus your attention on returning home. After all, you possess more than power over time. You have a sacred power that can dispel evil. Both of these powers will help you protect your own era.
Queen Sonia!
And of course, you must make it home safe to put Link's mind at ease.
Link? That is not a name I have heard.
He is a royal knight. He had been originally appointed for my protection.
He's gay. He's gay. We tried to make it work, but...
Later, he became a hero,
right,
saving both me and Hyrule from a great evil.
Oh, a hero is he?
He is so very dedicated, and he refuses to back down from any challenge. He is very strong. And his heart is good and true.
Ah, I can see that you have absolute faith in him. Hearing you speak so highly of Link, I find myself wanting to meet him as well.
Indeed. I would also like to meet him. He must be quite the brave, courageous knight. What a picture Zelda paints of him.
This is kind of sad. This is kind of sad. Oh my god. Okay, that's kind of exciting. Okay, yeah, that's kind of exciting. What? Let me know when it's done. Okay. Oh my gosh, I wonder what happens here. Can't stop thinking about how my first 2 dragon tears were Sonia's grave into seeing her die. Oh my god.
Was that the sword that seals the darkness? A blade that shatters so easily against my power cannot save you from me.
The sword will continue to gain strength if bathed in sacred power. The stronger that power, the more powerful the sword becomes.
After all, you possess more than power of time. You have a sacred power that can dispel evil.
To swallow a secret stone is to become an immortal dragon, one blessed with eternal life.
Zelda, what are you doing?
Minoru, I'm counting on you.
Aww. Zelda, are you sure?
Link, I will restore the Master Sword for you.
Zelda, are you?
I will care for it until the time comes. I will pour my sacred power into it. It will be the weapon that defeats the Demon King.
Girl, do not eat that gumdrop.
To become an immortal dragon is to lose oneself.
You must.
Was it good? Oh my god.
Protect them all!
Mm-mm. Well, I don't like that. I don't like that. I don't like that. I don't like that. I don't like that at all. Is there an undo button? I really don't like that. I don't like that at all. Yeah, I'm not a fan. I'm not a fan. And I want it fixed. Because yeah, I need that fixed. Yeah, I'm gonna need that fixed. Like, what's going on with that? Mm. I'm just not very happy with the current state of affairs. I just think that this is just terrible and awful and unfair. And like I said, this amount of nonsense, like this to me is like, okay, are we really gonna keep doing this reincarnation shit over and over again? This needs to be it. Given this, I'm gonna need this to be done. What even happens from this point? If she's supposed to be Miss Dragon, right? And just, you know, if she's just supposed to be that, right? Like, what is the... What about Ganon? What about reincarnation? Like... Does immortal mean unkillable, by the way? The other 3 dragons are named after the gods, though. So was this Zelda just godified herself? Yeah, girl, can we talk about it? Are you okay? Is there, can I help? I don't even know what to do to help. Like, what do I do? Did it change the name of the item? No. So what do I do? Did Zelda use time magic and turn into a dragon? Zelda sent herself into the past. Zelda sent herself into the past accidentally because she has time powers that she wasn't aware of how to use. And so she accidentally time traveled backwards. She doesn't have any control over it. And she understands that, she got sent back into the past. She can't get back to her timeline. She has the Master Sword, right? And the situation is that the Master Sword needs to be restored, but it got fucked up by Ganon's insane amount of malice from being sealed for so long and tormented for so long. So that shit broke. And so basically the Master Sword needs to be fixed, but she also needs to get it back to Link. And so what she did is that she consumed her Sage Stone, or her special stone, these things. She consumed hers because if you consume it, you turn into an immortal dragon that loses themselves. So basically what she did is that she went to, I don't know, 1 AD, and then she was immortal since then to now. Yeah, so she's just waiting. That's horrifying. I know! That's why I'm like some people were talking about how fucking awful this is, and I'm sitting here too like, so what are we gonna do about it? And the game is called Tears of the Kingdom because her tears are all over the kingdom, and you find them and they contain her memories of what's happened up until this point. And then the last one we just found was surrounded by Silent Princess flowers. Yeah, she was crying about it. This is a really hard decision to make, which is why, to me, I'm like, okay, so are we gonna be done with this fucking Ganon shit? Because I'm a little bit over it. Like this, what's his name? Not Vaatu. Who's the evil one? What's his name? The first one? Skyward Sword. What's his name? What the hell is his name? Demise. Yeah. Are we done with it? Like, can this be I think this is a fitting enough, like, sacrificial ending to that. So to me, I think, especially because they want to be free from the shackles of a timeline, why don't they just let this be the last? We'll move on to our new Nintendo system with Link and Zelda being completed with the whole Demise timeline done, and then we'll move on. How's that sound? That sounds good to me. That sounds good to me. I don't want anything more. I'm kind of over it. Cause I'm like, this sucks. this sucks. Like, you're telling me that Zelda's gonna turn into a fucking mindless, immortal dragon flying around in circles, crying, and Ganon's just gonna come back in 10 years? No. You are out of your mind. Really? This dragon should heal you, by the way. Like, look at her! Does she even eat? Do you see this? She turned into an immortal this. She just flies around doing this. No natural predators or anything. What do you do? Like, what do you even eat? Like, what this sucks. This is just not gonna work. What about their house? What about her family? What about her friends? What about everyone else? She's just gone. I'm gonna need some fixing. That's what I need. I'm gonna need to see how this ends, because currently this sucks. Like, this is just awful. Like, yeah, it's sad. This is awful. I don't like this at all. Although, what I will say is that, like, oh, this is very real for a Zelda game. Like, oh, this is nice. Like, this is quite nice. You know what I mean? Like, that's really heavy, unexpectedly heavy, right? I mean, honestly, you know, going through all these lore videos and listening to all this stuff, this series seems to be kind of full of, like, some pretty kind of awful things. But this is on the nose kind of terrible, right? Like how the Wind Waker was like, oh, you know, the king just, you know, the gods just flooded everything and killed everybody, right? But you really don't, like, I don't know if you really, like, feel the heavy implications of that, of the Noah's Arking that happened, right? But I feel like this is directly, like, seeing this mindless thing cry after you get all the memories is kinda, wow. Yeah, I can feel the emotional impact, and I feel like a lot of people would too. You know what I mean? Very transparently. So good on them. Good job. That's nice. Honestly, didn't really expect that. Okay, but seriously, is she just gonna be some fucking stupid dragon forever? Is that it? What do I do now? What do my quests say? Okay. I guess I gotta go finish the regional phenomenons tomorrow. I'm kind of ready to finish the game at this point. Is that bad? I kind of want to get it over with because I just cannot allow her to just be like this. Like, this is just bad. Like, you want me to go fuck around and have fun with blocks and build things? Like, I'm gonna need to hurry it up because I can't just have her fucking. I can't have her turn into a goldfish. Like, please. Woo! I heard that there are actual dungeons somewhere. Okay. We'll see what happens. I'm kind of just waiting for this to respawn, by the way. I guess I'm done for today. I'll look for more armor and stuff on my own. I guess. I'm liking this game, narratively, if they put these memories in order. Does anyone else think it's fucking stupid that you could get the memories out of order? Are you serious? What? Why would you do that, sweetie? Like, if you wanted to be like a free-form open world game, right? You gotta find some creative way to make it so that these memories aren't out of order. Because yes, I understand that you can still piece it together, and you know, it's not the end of the world, right? But don't you think it would have been nice if we got the full, like, 1-by-1 sort of situation going on, where we could see like how it progresses into what it happens at the end, rather than people who saw Sonya die in the very beginning and it's just all over the place and, huh? Like, that doesn't make any sense to me. I managed to get the last one last. Well, that's good. That's good. But I am gonna criticize the game for that, because I think that's unacceptable. I think that's crazy. You know what I mean? I don't think that's an unreasonable criticism, right? I don't think that's crazy. Like, come on. Like, there has to have been some way you could have put it in order. Was there a memory where they die? Yeah, sure, yeah. Yeah, I'll show it. Here you go. Okay, Zelda in the past. Zelda, like, where is she? This is weird. Zelda talking to what's her name for some help. Zelda talking to Zora to Ganondorf. Zelda, Sonya talking to Sonya is caught in treachery. And I cannot believe that somebody got this out of order randomly. Are you crazy?
All right, Zelda. We are alone as you requested. What was it you wanted to discuss with me in private?
You are far too trusting.
Oh my. I'm surprised to hear you say such a thing. That is quite out of character for the Zelda I know. But then you are a puppet of Ganondorf.
Did you really think we hadn't realized your deceit?
Girl. Don't come out of here British out of the fucking corner. Don't you ever. Don't come out of here with your Chris Hansen. Like, come out of the corner. Did you really think? Shut up. Anyway. How'd that big Bara, big nose, muscly, big dick ass bitch sneak up behind without making any noise? That's what? I don't understand. What?
Queen Sonya! Oh no! Queen Sonya!
Oh my god, that's with jewelry. I always thought that was crazy. Like, how did you even get there? How did you even get there? Anyway, and then this happened.
Queen Sonia! Queen Sonia!
Finally. Finally, it is mine!
Eat it. So did he take the time stone from Sonya and then does he have time powers now? Or did he convert it into dark powers, demon power stone? Is that what he did? Or did he just amplify his power? Like, I don't even know what this does. Like I don't even know what happened. Like, I still don't.
Sonya! You are too late, Rauru. You took for granted the godlike power you had in your hands. Do you now see the potential you squandered? As for her, she is merely the first victim of your arrogance. You tried to control me, Rauru, and you will die knowing that you failed.
Let go! Queen Sonia needs you!
Like this doesn't help me. Like what does this do for me? I don't understand Ganondorf anymore with this incredible context into the past. I just don't understand him any better. He tried to control him, and so he was mad about it, and so he took the time stone, and then what? With the secret stone he took from Sonya, he turns into the Demon King. The gloom that issues from his body creates countless monsters. Okay. The Sage's Vow. And then He's gonna fight Ganondorf, dies. I see. Yeah, okay. I'll focus my attention on finishing next stream.
We managed to restrain him somehow.
Finish everything? No, just like at least the next two dungeons. So maybe be done by Friday?
But Link, I am not sure you'll be able to stop him.
I don't even know how this got here. Whatever. It's okay. Magic systems are weird.
The Master Sword. You're telling me that Link is safe? You traveled through time to find me and recover your strength.
Zelda, I believe there is a reason you were sent to us. It has to mean something.
I know why I am here. It's something only I can do. We will finally stop him.
No, you won't. This is so...
To become an immortal dragon is to lose oneself.
I'll be forever changed. Link! You must find me.
This game sucks. Okay, alright. Okay, alright. Well, we're gonna stop because I need to do some running around to find armor and stuff. And then I'll be back another time. So thank you for joining me, y'all. I'll be back either tomorrow, later today, or Wednesday. Usually on Tuesdays I go swim. I may swim again tomorrow. I mean, who knows? Who cares? We'll figure it out. But I do love you, and thank you so much for joining me. I appreciate it. We'll do plot things because, again, I have a hard time just fucking around. I could just go back and do all the old shrines and stuff once I'm done. Maybe. And then that's fine because we'll move on to Fire Emblem or something else afterwards, okay? So we'll try to get done by this weekend, this week, whenever. Okay, I love you all, and I will see you later, okay? Bye, everyone. Thanks for joining me tonight. And thanks for helping me learn about Zelda lore. It's pretty interesting, a little annoying, but it's nice to have the information. I appreciate it. So thank you for helping me understand. That's kind of nice. It's actually very nice. It makes me appreciate the series a little bit more, honestly. But also makes me a little pissy at the developers for not making cohesion with their own IP.